the November 14th meeting of Humboldt County Planning Commission, and we'll start with a salute to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I'd ask the clerk to take a roll call, please.
Commissioner Mitchell,
Present.
Commissioner Newman,
Here.
Commissioner Morris,
Here.
Commissioner Bongio,
Here.
Commissioner McCavour,
Here.
Commissioner O'Neill.
Here.
Thank you.
At this time, I will open it up for public comments that are not on the agenda tonight. Anyone wishing to comment on non-agendized items that are under our purview, which our purview is land use ordinances and activities in the county, may do so at this time.
Ken Sawatsky, it seems like I was just here last Thursday, and here I am. I have with me a copy, and I work a lot from history, of the Humboldt County General Plan, Framework Plan, adopted 12/10/84. And I've been pretty successful in life. I've learned to learn from other people's mistakes and learn from their successes and my successes. And a very smart person told me sometimes the best projects, and this has land use projects and everything involved, are the projects you don't do at all. And I've learned those have been some of the ones that I haven't had regret on. So this Humboldt County General Plan is wrapped around one major project. And the development in the county was not to be in McKinleyville, it wasn't to be anywhere else. It was to be Blue Lake area and in the area of what was Swayze Dam. And I think you guys probably, older people know it's an older dam that sealed it up and they got rid of it because you can't put a dam at the end of the river like the eel or the mad, or they sealed up instantly. That's just what they do. So there was a project there, and this is spoken on extensively in this thing, and it never happened. And I think it would have been a monumental mistake if they'd ever put the Butler Valley Dam project in. And that was a big to-do back then. I mean, a really major thing. And sometimes projects like this, with hindsight, as you look back, this is going to have all the energy we needed. I mean, it was hydropower, the dam for water, all these things, but we didn't do that. And sometimes history kind of makes you, when you look back, you got to learn from history. And again, sometimes the best projects you do are the ones you don't do at all. So you ever get a chance, go back to the old plan and read these things a little bit. I think you'll find it interesting. And then also, there are some certain things in this general plan that have not come to fruition yet. And I did get some staff, and you folks probably should ask to get some copies of, but there were supposed to be overlays all throughout the county for two things. One place is where we were supposed to have places for alternative energy, and the other one was scenic view sheds. And that hasn't happened yet. I think there's a 5-year thing before that would happen. But when you're thinking about all your decisions that you make up here, kind of in your mind, think of where those areas are, where those specific kind of overlays might be. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on these planning items today.
Thank you, Speaker. Anyone else wishing to comment on non-agendized items, please approach the podium. Seeing no one, we'll close this section of public comment, and we'll move along to the agendized items. And this is a continuation of the last week's meeting, which has to do with the Humboldt Wind LLC conditional use permit and special permit. And I would ask the the director, if they'd like to do a staff report.
Yes, we would like to do a staff report, but before we get into that, I just wanted to clarify that, and this is for the commission and for the public, that we've not provided resolutions for action to the commission yet. And while the agenda and the staff report may have mentioned that action could be taken tonight, we're not in a place to be able to take action on this tonight for lack of the resolutions. So I just wanted that to be clear if people were concerned about whether or not we were going to try to get action tonight.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, Chair Morris, Commissioners, good afternoon. My name is Beth Burks, and I'm the staff planner for this project. So I want to start with a hearing overview, what we expect to accomplish this evening. We're going to do a county presentation covering most of the major topics that were raised at last week's hearing. Undoubtedly, we will not cover all of them. There was a lot there. You did receive a staff report for this evening, and we tried to, in the time we had available, address as many of the comments we heard and prepare that for you for your consideration. Certainly, as we go through our presentation and there's more questions, we're happy to answer those. So after we finish our presentation, we'd like to open it up for commissioner questions to staff, and then public comments, and then applicant response and a break somewhere in there, depending on how this is going. And then we would look at providing some staff response to the public testimony received, commission deliberation, and then ask for your commission to provide some direction to staff about what types of resolutions to come back with for the next hearing. And as Director Ford mentioned, would be looking for a continuance to next week with no action this evening. Oh, I also wanted to mention the staff report you received had several attachments. There is a mitigation response table, which was prepared in response to the questions received about what suggested mitigation was evaluated and perhaps dismissed or rejected, and why. And so the table attachment in the staff report provides a response to that. Staff did go through all of the letters that were submitted and take a look at that. The attachments also include a financial feasibility analysis that was requested at last week's meeting, and this was prepared by a third-party consultant to the applicant. So the applicant has submitted these, and they are in the staff report. You also received a supplemental with many comments, I believe, that were received since last week's meeting. So we'd like to start off by talking about the significant unavoidable impacts, the mitigations associated with them, and perhaps what mitigations associated with them have been rejected or otherwise found to be infeasible, maybe because they're not as effective as the mitigation we selected, maybe because they're technologically infeasible, or perhaps because they're financially infeasible. So we want to walk you through, especially related to significant unavoidable impacts, where we landed on all of those. So I'll start off with visual character and aesthetics. I think this certainly was one of the main points we heard last week at the hearing, was a lot of concern related to just altering the visual character of our community and our natural landscape. Obviously, Monument and Bear River Ridges are prominent features in our landscape, and these turbines will be visible from various locations and communities, especially from the north of the project site. So we have not identified really any feasible mitigation related to reducing the visual impact. They're large turbines. They can't be stealth. They can't be hidden. So they will be out there. We did hear some specific requests for more information, specifically related to nighttime views. And in the DEIR, we describe a range of lighting options that the FAA may require. Anything from, lighting on just particular turbines, and whether it would be flashing or steady, white or red. So we have asked the applicants for more information about what the most likely lighting scenario will be. And I want to present that to you. And also the mitigation possibility of automated detection lighting system, which would be a lighting system that would be triggered by aircraft flying overhead. So this figure here represents, is from an FAA advisory, and basically discusses the general requirements related to turbines of the size we're proposing, which is a maximum of 600 feet. And this middle turbine is the most likely lighting scenario to be required, which places 2 red lights on top of the nacelle, and they would be blinking red, and they would be simultaneously blinking, and they would be required on every turbine. So that is what we understand, unless there is some exception granted from the FAA, which we don't have control over. That's the general guidance and what we can expect at this point. Here's Here's a couple of images that I've just pulled off the web, and just to give some idea of what nighttime turbine lighting might look like. Kind of hard to get nighttime pictures, but there were a couple of examples out there. The automated detection system, we have explored that with the applicant. They would need to, it's something that the FAA considers on a case-by-case basis. Our understanding is that some turbines would still need to be lit. Not every single one could be automated, but that it would reduce potentially the number of lights. Again, it's case-by-case, so we can't determine if it would be allowed or not. The applicant has indicated that it's financially infeasible to install the system. So that is a reason why we ultimately rejected that mitigation, or why that mitigation's been rejected. So moving on to air quality, we had just one air quality impact, and it was a daily exceedance. So again, this wasn't a long-term air quality impact, but it's an exceedance in oxides of nitrogen. This is primarily due to heavy equipment operating on the site, and a lot of heavy equipment potentially operating simultaneously. So in the modeling we did for the project, we looked at the kind of worst case scenario, so we could come up with a really conservative estimate. And we assumed that during any certain construction phase, all the equipment needed for that phase could be in use at the same time. So for example, if we're in the road building phase of construction, we assumed all equipment that will be required in road building would be operating on the same day. It's probably not likely, but since it was conceivable and we wanted to be conservative, we assumed that. And as a result, we have this exceedance. We do have a mitigation measure that has a requirement to use current phase equipment for all construction off-road vehicles. This is equipment that's specified by the Air Resource Board that lowers emissions. And if that equipment is not locally available or feasible, then there's an alternate requirement to prepare a plan that equally reduces the NOx. So that is the mitigation we came up with, but still we don't believe that it is reduced to a less than significant level, and we haven't found any other feasible mitigations that were rejected for other reasons. So then I'm going to turn it over to Susan Sanders to talk about some of the biological impacts.
Thank you, Beth. So for marbled merlets, we arrived at a conclusion of significant and unavoidable. I want to review for you the avoidance measures that were described in the DEIR and the FEIR. Going way back to the original conceptual design for the project, Shively Ridge was rejected as a site for the turbines because there are marbled merlet nesting habitat on both sides of the ridge and Eel River and Van Dusen watersheds. So that was the first avoidance measure that was implemented. Jordan Creek Access Road, where the operations and staging area operations and maintenance building was proposed, originally was within potential marbled merlet nesting habitat. That was shifted south of 101 to avoid any direct access entry into marbled merlet nesting habitat. Similarly, realignment of transmission lines along Shively Ridge to avoid entering an area of old growth on the east side of the ridge that could support nesting marbled merlets. And as a result of these measures, there is no loss of marbled merlet habitat during construction and no entry during construction into marbled merlet habitat. In the final EIR, based on the radar data, which we talked about last time in 2018, 2019, 5 turbines were removed because the radar data showed that there was high use areas, and that's where the turbines were removed. And then overall, turbines were reduced from 60 to 47, which further minimized the impacts, operational impacts on marbled merlets. And as a result, the revised collision risk assessment brought the fatality estimate down to 7.7. Now, curtailment's been discussed, and it's discussed in the marbled merlet master response. That option's been rejected as financially infeasible by the applicant. People have mentioned the Skookumchuck project in Washington. This is a project where they have marbled merlets, one of the few projects where wind projects overlap with marbled merlets. They are proposing to curtail high-risk turbines. For this project, the turbines were reduced. Instead of curtailing at those high-risk turbines, the turbines were actually eliminated. So that should be considered an avoidance measure that was implemented, but curtailment is not an option that's going to be implemented for this project based on the applicant's concerns about financial feasibility. Eagles. Eagles I put in here not because there's unavoidable significant impacts. The impacts are reduced to less than significance. I'm including it because there is some confusion and conflation of impact mitigation and raptor mitigation. Eagles are raptors, but raptors and eagles are discussed separately in the EIR. So first of all, eagle use rates at the site are low. There was some discussion last week about the eagle surveys and how they were inadequate. I think we need to clarify that surveys were done for eagles consistent with Fish and Wildlife Service 2013 guidance and the Eagle Conservation Plan guidance. It was 13 stations, 1 hour each month for a year in an 800-meter radius area, which is the standard required by the service. The eagle rates fall to lower to middle estimates from other wind farms and below the range of eagle use where at 6 sites where eagle mortality was detected. We talked about mitigation last time for eagles. The mitigation that's proposed is what's required and approved by the Fish and Wildlife Service, retrofit of high-risk utility poles that could pose an electrocution hazard or collision hazard to eagles and to other raptors. So with these, and this is done whether or not eagle carcass is found. It's based on the estimated take of eagles. And each retrofitted pole, the Fish and Wildlife Service, based on their calculation, estimates that's 10 years of avoided loss from electrocution. And for each take, 32 utility poles are retrofitted. With this mitigation, we concluded the impact was reduced to less than significant. Now, Identiflight has been brought up as a potential mitigation. I just want to clarify a little bit about Identiflight. This is a mitigation proposed for eagles. It's got, it's considered experimental. It's being used right now at 2 sites on an experimental basis for eagles, not for other raptors. There is some potential that this technique may someday be useful for large birds, bootios, like red-tailed hawks or rough-legged hawks. But right now, it's not being implemented anywhere for raptors. So far, the service has not required Identiflight as part of any eagle take permit. This is...
Can we ask for more clarification on what exactly Identiflight is and what it looks like, please?
Identiflight is a system where it's supposed to be an improvement on human observers. For some projects, you can have human observers out there identifying, okay, that's an eagle, shut the turbine down. This is an improvement on that because it's automated. And it uses an algorithm to distinguish a bird that has the characteristics of an eagle, size and flight pattern. And then that's translated into information that that allows the operator to shut the turbine down to avoid the impact. And that's a short explanation. I think you might hear more about it later today. But it's a commercially available device that's been in the works for a while now, and it's starting to come online in terms of availability, commercial availability.
And you mentioned that it hasn't been required yet by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, but is it something that we could consider if we wanted to add additional safeguards for eagles or other birds?
Well, I think it could be considered. It's a very expensive. You can see what my calculations are here. It's $150,000 for each of the units, and you need about 30 of them. It's a linear project, so you need them all the way along. It's mountainous terrain, and so installation would be expensive, about $4.5 million. $8,000 a year for maintenance of those units, and so over the 30-year life of the project, that amounts to $7.2 million. So it's expensive, and for eagles, for a resource for which we consider mitigation already accomplished, it's my understanding the applicant has found this to be infeasible from a financial perspective. So raptors, we did come to the conclusion of significant and unavoidable. And let me just go through some of the details in the raptor impact analysis. So raptor use rates at the site are relatively low compared to other wind projects. There was also some concern about the raptor surveys that were conducted. And I want to clarify that those surveys were conducted in accordance with California Energy Commission and CDFW wind guidelines, and also with eagle conservation guidelines. So it was a year's worth of weekly surveys that were conducted. They found a total of 21 species of raptors. Commissioner McCavour, you had a question last week about densities, and could we express the fatalities that are estimated at the site as a percentage of existing population? And that's a good question, and I wish we could say yes, but there are no such estimates available for regional raptor populations. In the staff report, we do provide some information about population estimates in the US and in California. I think the only wind project I've ever worked on where we had that kind of information was for condors, where every bird is marked and accounted for. We just don't have that kind of information. What we can say is the raptor use that we saw based on the surveys was similar to what we find at other wind farms and consistent with the densities that you find and the population estimates that you find. In other words, red-tailed hawks, American kestrels are the most abundant common raptor species. Cooper's hawks are the most common special status species, and we would expect fatalities to be highest among those groups because they are the most common. In the DEIR, we made a conservative estimate of fatality estimates. What we did was look at 167 studies from 115 projects across the country, and we came up with a range of estimates for fatalities. There aren't any wind projects in this exact kind of area, in this bioregion, so we extrapolated based on studies from elsewhere in the country and in the state, and very conservatively we came up with 114 fatalities per year for this project. The lower end of that range was 4 to 29 raptor fatalities per year. In the final environmental impact report, based on comments from some reviewers, we dug a little deeper and did a more detailed job assessing the use rates, the occurrence of those species at the site with fatality rates. And based on that, and we concluded that we were overly conservative in the draft DIR. The lower range was probably closer to reality based on the kinds of projects that were similar to the project here, the kind of bird use, raptor use that was characterizing the project site. The lower end of the range is probably more likely, but we don't know. Now, there has not been a wind project up in this area. We thought it best to retain the assessment of significant and unavoidable because raptor use, bird use is correlated with fatality, but it's not a perfect correlation. So we don't know what the raptor fatalities are going to be like, but we conservatively assumed they would be significant and unavoidable. And finally, I want to just clarify mitigation for both eagles and raptors. There's been some confusion about that. As I discussed earlier, the eagle mitigation will be retrofit of high-risk power poles, and that benefits other raptors as well. It's not just eagles that avoid electrocution based on that mitigation. Raptor mitigation in the final EIR, the applicants added undergrounding of high-risk PG&E electric distribution line, and also contributions of $600 per year to raptor rehabilitation facility. That's done whether or not there are any raptor fatalities. It's not tied to any particular fatality. And that's all I've got.
I'd like to discuss tribal cultural resources and the significant unavoidable impacts we found. I think certainly this is, one of the most sensitive and concerning topics, and it's certainly a fundamental decision point for your commission to consider. We heard a lot of public testimony related to this topic and had a few specific questions we wanted to answer and discuss, any options for mitigation that we may have explored. So one of the questions that was raised by your commission was simply, why are we even considering Bear River Ridge, given the tribal cultural resource that's been identified in there? And the DEIR explains the process of consultation and with the tribes, and sort of how this information of Bear River Ridge being a tribal cultural resource came to light during the government-to-government consultation. It also describes the studies that have gone into preparation of the DEIR, including an extensive cultural resource inventory looking at the archaeological sites on the ridge. So initially, when the applicant was looking for siting, and I think we've talked about this, and there's a master response related to siting and what areas were eliminated, they were looking at other ridges in the area, and desktop analysis indicated that there might be less sensitive resources on Bear River than perhaps Rainbow Ridge, for example. There's also a premier wind resource on Bear River, so that was part of the selection process as well. When the applicant was preparing their cultural resource evaluation, they did do a record search with the Native American Heritage Commission. Nothing about the ridge itself came up as a resource at that time. And there were a few other efforts to do searches that didn't identify the ridge. So there is the AB 52 consultation process, and this really is just what the consultation process is for, is to get information that might not otherwise be on the record. But that process, when it happened, that's when this information came to light, and the project design was quite far along, and at that point they had wind data, and again had done these other surveys to indicate there might be less resources on this ridge. So I think that is why ultimately it wasn't eliminated, and how it became part of the project design. It really has to do with when we learned about this resource and what we did with that information once we received it during the government-to-government consultation. So once we understood that this was a tribal cultural resource, we did add alternative 5 as an alternative in the draft DIR, and that was avoidance of Bear River Ridge. However, it was found to be the environmentally superior alternative. However, based on the topography and geology of Monument Ridge, there's simply not enough room to place the number of turbines required to make the project feasible on Monument Ridge alone. So although we were hopeful this would be an alternative that could be looked at further, there just really isn't physically enough room on Monument to accommodate 47 turbines, and that's the minimum that we understand to be feasible from the applicant in terms of financial feasibility. And similarly, the ethnobotanical area that's associated with Bear River Ridge cannot be completely avoided. We do have mitigation in the DEIR, and it's been refined in the final EIR to require the incorporation of the WIAT list of plants of environmental and cultural concern into the reclamation, revegetation, and weed control plan for the project. So we are trying to preserve that as best as we can, understanding that there will be disturbance within that ethnobotanical area. There was also a draft revegetation plan included with the final EIR, and it had some language about a cap of how many plants might be salvaged. I think it was 300 or so that would go to the WIAT tribe, and we heard some dissatisfaction with that cap. And so in the staff report you received for this evening, we actually have alternative language proposed that leaves it a little more open-ended and more of a collaborative process with the tribe. The cap was kind of it's not really necessary anyway. So the applicant can work with a tribal representative on site to determine which plants should be salvaged. So that is the mitigation that we've considered. Again, it does not get us to a level that's below significant, and we haven't identified any other feasible mitigations or other mitigations that we considered but rejected. We also heard about the condor and have identified it as a tribal cultural resource. It is a very vital part of the creation story of many of the local tribes. And at the last hearing, representatives from the Yurok tribe involved in the planned condor release, they spoke to that the condor release, it's not a foregone conclusion that the birds would be deemed non-essential and experimental, and also expressed concerns that the birds may not be fitted with transmitters for the life of the wind project, so perhaps the transmitters would stop being applied to the birds at year 15. And we do have mitigation to have a geofence operational for the duration of the the project, which would prevent encounters with condors or eliminate them very significantly. And that mitigation remains in the final EIR and the draft EIR. We don't find that looking at something that might happen to a program that's not operational yet and what that might look like 15 years down the road, it feels very speculative. And so we haven't really explored that further, what we might need to require 15 years from now if transmitters aren't applied. I did look at the Northern California Condor Restoration Program Environmental Assessment, and it notes that to date, no mortalities of California condors from wind turbine facilities have been recorded, and it also states that sources of mortality would be carefully monitored, and if high mortality rates were preventing the establishment of a self-sustaining population, an interagency planning team would coordinate with the wind energy providers to implement measures to address collision threats. And this has been done at other California condor release sites. So I think we're standing by the mitigation, not finding other feasible mitigation. It is significant, unavoidable. That's really conservative because, as I noted, there's not actually been a condor collision to date. However, given the significance of this bird to the local tribes, we erred on the side of caution and called it a significant, unavoidable impact. So we also want to respond to some of the other questions we received. Again, there were so many. We're not going to cover them all in our presentation. We're happy to take specific questions later, but there were a couple that stood out between what the commissioners have asked of us and also what the public presented. So we'll just get started with those, and I'll turn it over to Ken.
Thanks, Beth. Mr. Chair, members of the commission, this is Ken Cook with AECOM. I'm going to respond to a couple questions that were provided last week. The first is questions regarding when the project would reach a net zero condition. The air quality analysis in the CEQA document uses CAL-EMOD, which is approved for use for land development projects. It estimates regional emissions of criteria air pollutants. There is an ability to estimate carbon storage of vegetation and the effects of removal of vegetation, but it's a very rough tool that is not appropriate for a life cycle analysis, which is what a net zero estimate is. And CEQA does not require that the county consider when that occurs, so it's not in the EIR. With that said, there are a variety of publicly available models that can be used to calculate a rate of sequestration in a forest. They're typically, and they're made by a variety of agencies, Forest Service, CAL FIRE, as well as research institutions, UC Riverside. In fact, if you look at the link up on the screen, there's a good readily available model that is fairly simple to manipulate, and one could put in various changes to discover how different scenarios play out. But just remember, there's a great deal of uncertainty in the modeling for a variety of reasons. Many of the models don't account for the variance in data that's collected and input into the model. So it makes it very difficult to replicate findings if you were to run models or different models of the same scenario across the various timeframes. You're not going to get the same result necessarily. So it is a good tool for policy development, not necessarily for identifying a specific point in time. Data that's required when conducting the analysis would include the tree species, age of the trees, the density of the stand, basal area, which is an average of the diameter at breast height over a specific area. I think it's 1 acre of land. The height of the trees, and the location. So I would encourage you, so the bottom line is that I can't answer your question directly, but there is a great tool that can be used to estimate the life cycle or the net zero, which considers factors beyond just the ability of the forest to store carbon. It also considers the products that are manufactured with the lumber that's made from the timber harvest. So it actually considers 2 generations of tree growth to come up with this figure. So there's a lot of assumptions and that go into the model that make it less useful for CEQA analysis and more appropriate for trend analysis and policy development. Sure, hop in.
Just before we move on to fire hazard, I did want to mention, we heard some testimony last week, a lot of concern over the removal of old growth trees and the carbon sequestration that they provide. No old growth trees or redwood trees are proposed to be removed as part of this project.
Oh, I guess there is no change. Okay. I get one slide. Turbine fires. So another question was raised about how the discussion focused on the Gentai line and not about the potential risk of fire at the turbine itself. And so turbines have caught on fire. There's a number of risks for fire associated with the turbine itself, including the fact that it's typically made out of a carbon fiber or a carbon resin material that is flammable, and then also the mechanicals and hydraulic fluid, and there's a number of components internally that are flammable. Typical risk of fire occurs from short circuits, overheating, lightning strikes, and similar operational factors. But a review of publicly available statistics over the 19-year period from 2000 to 2019 indicates that on a worldwide basis, an average of 19 fires were reported on an annual basis. That's an average. For comparison purposes, there were 340,000 approximately turbines in operation worldwide in the year 2016. So it's a very small percentage of the total turbines in operation that had a fire reported for that 19-year period. Other factors to consider is that the project must comply with the National Fire Protection Association Rule 850, which requires preparation of a fire protection design document, which requires identification of of those components that are at risk of a fire, and also specifically the operational measures and/or equipment and technical considerations that are used to alleviate the risk of a fire at the nacelle itself. The project design incorporates I gotta get the supervisory control and data collection system called SCADA that we talked about last week. It monitors operation of individual turbines for power generation, just basically if they're operating at appropriate levels, and can detect the potential of a fire, and allows the operator to remotely shut down the problem turbine. So that is a pretty new technology that not all of the turbines that historically are in the public record have had on or were operating with. The project also incorporates an internal fire suppression system that automatically monitors and would activate if there is a fire detected at a specific turbine. And while it may not put out a fire, it definitely allows for more time so a responder can reach the site. So the risk of a fire at the turbine itself is fairly low.
Thanks, Ken. So I'm going to respond to a couple other comments that we heard a lot about at the last meeting. The first one being solar or offshore as a project alternative or as a preferred project or an instead of project. I've been coordinating or talking with folks from RCEA and also from Shots Energy in order to address this question for your commission. So here it goes. Rooftop solar is a great addition to our renewable energy portfolio, but it does not replace the need for larger scale renewable energy projects. RCEA has a goal to reach 100% clean electricity by 2025, and we will not get there with rooftop solar alone. The major challenges with rooftop solar as a replacement for an industrial scale wind project include the cost, the ability to install sufficient capacity quickly, and the lack of an investor. To generate the same amount of energy that the Humboldt Wind Energy Project is contemplating and deliver renewable energy into the evening hours, as wind would do, would likely require an investment on the order of $1.5 billion in rooftop solar systems, and that includes battery systems. This is approximately 5 times more costly than the wind project for a similar amount of electricity. This would represent a per capita investment of approximately $11,000 for all Humboldt County residents, which is equivalent to about 25% of the median annual per capita income in our county. There is no investor or financer proposing such a project, and even if there were, the capacity to install enough rooftop solar would be limited by lack of available contractors and materials to quickly install materials to install quickly enough to meet the 2025 goals. So that is what I've learned about rooftop solar and how it, in relation to, if it could possibly be a replacement for this project. So in relation to the offshore project, the Redwood Coast Offshore Wind Project is currently in the early stages of development, and it's proposed by a consortium of companies in partnership with our CEA, Redwood Coast Energy Authority. The project would develop floating offshore platforms approximately 25 miles off the coast of Eureka. Permitting is expected to take 5 years or more, and it would be the first of its kind in North America. It would certainly be undergo close regulatory scrutiny and be more expensive than the mature onshore wind technology. They are in project development and permitting. It's in the early stages. It will not be available in time to meet RCA's goal of 100% renewable or 100% clean energy by 2025. And we also had a question. We heard a few commenters mentioning 5% benefit that offshore wind project has pledged to the community. I did ask about that, and they do the Redwood Coast Offshore Wind Project. They have expressed a specific commitment to maximizing the benefit to the local community, but a specific percentage has not been discussed. So what that looks like yet is not articulated. One of the other questions we had was, would this wind project assist with our local energy independence? And the short answer is, with this project, no. We would not be an island. It does not create the island effect that would allow us to have power when the rest of the PG&E grid shuts down. We'll be plugging in, this project would be plugging into the PG&E grid at the Bridgeville substation. Likewise, the offshore project would not have the ability to island. As the grid works now, that doesn't mean in the future we couldn't explore other options, but as it works now, that wouldn't be in effect. So I want to talk briefly about what would be in a statement of overriding considerations and what a statement of overriding considerations is. Because we'll be looking for your direction from your commission on whether, if you would like us to prepare this. If approving a project where significant unavoidable impacts have been identified, a statement of overriding considerations must be adopted. CEQA requires the decision-making agency to balance economic, legal, social, technological, and other benefits, including region-wide or statewide environmental benefits of the project, against its unavoidable environmental risks in determining whether to approve it. So if the benefits outweigh the project's risk and the adverse environmental impacts, then the significant unavoidable impacts may be considered acceptable. So if the benefits outweigh the risk, you can consider them acceptable. We need to articulate why that would be. So staff has identified several benefits of the project that can be considered in the statement of overriding considerations. The threat of climate change is real and it's urgent. Reducing dependence on carbon-based fuels is essential to combating climate change, and this project is a renewable energy project that would replace non-renewable fuel sources. Specifically, there are statewide environmental benefits to the project. California has established an aggressive clean energy goal that will have us at 100% clean energy by 2045, and that's up from the 35% where we are now statewide. There are also potential local and regional benefits to this project, and I'm just going to go over the main concepts of these here, and then again, if your commission directs us, we would add evidence to each of these benefits. So the local and regional benefits that are potentially a result of this project would be assisting the county in meeting its energy needs. It's consistent with several general plan policies related to the goals around the energy chapter. It contributes to meeting the RCEA's clean energy goals. There are economic benefits associated with the project, and there are also benefits to the knowledge base. So again, if your commission directs us to, we would elaborate on all of these. So that really concludes my presentation, or staff's presentation. Would be open for questions, and happy to do our best to address them.
Thank you, Beth. And so I will ask the commissioners, anyone that has developed any questions during staff presentation, this might be the time to dive into those. Just want to like to caution the commissioners that we don't want to get into a discussion stage, but this is for questions and clarifications only. So, Noah?
On what we just heard, is
Yes.
that?
Yeah.
I'm not sure that I have a question then, yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? Alan?
So I have a question going back to tribal resources. I'm going to make a stab at this. It's probably for staff, but there was another wind project, I believe it was called the Shell Wind Project, that came out about 2010, somewhere in there, 2008 to 2012. I'm going to say 2010-ish. And it was going on some property that was a good friend's, and I remember him telling me about it a lot, and I remember asking questions about it, and one of the things that was talked about was the tribal resources back then. And I called him up today and talked to him and asked him, what was the concerns back then, and he basically said that if you find anything, that was their big concern, let us know and we'll come up. I'm kind of curious why it's so much different on this one. It was basically on Bear River Ridge. It was the same location, so it wasn't brought up at all that, that there'd been a previous plan or anything, and it seems like that's been one of the big contentious issues brought up by a lot of people. So I'm just kind of curious what is different about this project than that one.
I think one of probably the biggest differences is the fact that AB 52 was adopted by the state, which allows for government-to-government consultation, requires government-to-government consultation to determine if there are tribal cultural resources present. And tribal cultural resources really changed the nature of the law because, Commissioner Bongio, you are entirely correct. Previous to that, the impact area was limited to archaeology. And what AB 52 did was opened up impact areas to include things that are important to the ongoing culture of the tribe. It didn't even necessarily have to be a thing. It could be a place, it could be a tree, it could be an image. And so that is really the biggest difference, I think. I don't recall exactly the correlation in the time frames, but I'm fairly certain that the biggest change would be AB 52.
Noah?
Thanks. I appreciate your question, Alan, because it did remind me, it's obviously there's no obligation upon the Wiyot tribe or any tribe to come before us and explain their views to our commission. But it is, I think, incumbent on the county as we contemplate permitting this project to reach out to them directly for government-to-government talks. I mean, again, I know that there has been some communication, I gather, some communication with the project applicant, but at the end of the day, it's our permit if it goes through. So I'm wondering if you can tell us any more. I mean, you mentioned, you know, a sort of addendum to the subject last week about the removal of plants. But has there been a more formal attempt by the county government to reach out to the Wiyot, or for that matter to other tribes, to say, look, you know, we may have to permit this. We would like to know what we could possibly do that would offer you or get the applicant to offer you that would be of value, you know, that would be a meaningful compensation or mitigation. One thing I'll just throw out there is that it sure seems like it would be nice to me if somehow as part of the deal, the Wiyot were granted access to this sacred ancestral land that they haven't actually had access to for a long time. And I know that's complicated because it involves private landowners. But, you know, it seems to me that the stakes are high enough that there could be a certain amount of arm twisting that we might do as a county to try to craft solutions that could benefit the tribes who are affected. And the other thing I'll just say briefly is that I still feel, I really appreciate the clarification, Beth. That's a lot of, and others. I appreciate the clarification we got on a number of the points that came up last week. I still, however, feel that we will need to have a better, more granular understanding of the economics of this project in order to be able to accept the argument that not just the removal of all the turbines on Bear River Ridge, I mean, that doesn't strike me as implausible that that would be economically infeasible. But when we talk about certain of the other mitigations that have been contemplated, operational curtailment in limited seasons and so forth, I need to be persuaded that those are truly infeasible. I think for my own purposes to be able to support certain provisions of this project. So anyway, I just wanted to put that out there.
Director.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to say in response to Commissioner Levy's question and comment that we did reach out to the tribes. We reached out to many, well, I think all of the tribes, including Blue Lake, Wiyot, Sinkyone, and Bear River. And we engaged in staff-to-staff consultation with Bear River and Wiyot. And then we actually engaged in consultation with the tribal councils of Bear River and Wiyot with a board member present. And with the Wiyot, that also included a meeting where that kind of discussion was hoped to have, where the applicant was actually invited to come to the table and meet with the Wiyot Council, the tribal council. And so there were many meetings where we tried to look at various avenues of ways to address this. And obviously it didn't get to a place where there is any kind of understanding of appropriate mitigation.
Mike?
In dealing with that, that's one of my questions was, Director Ford, can you put some of those dates out into the public right here that I see in our report that you sent to us today? Looks like page 4 and 5. That's a little bit of the history of the encounters with the cultural resources with the tribes.
Thank you. Yes, Commissioner Newman. So AB 52 consultation letters were sent out on July 13th of 2018 to the Big Lagoon Rancheria, the Hoopa Valley Tribe, the Bear River Band of the Ronerville Rancheria, the Wiyot Tribe, and the Sheree Heights Indian community of the Trinidad Rancheria. The Bear River Band of the Ronaville Rancheria and the Wiyat tribe requested consultation in response to that. It goes on to explain that neither tribe wanted to conduct that consultation until after a cultural analysis had been prepared for the site and they'd had a chance to review it. That was honored when we received the cultural phase 1 inventory that was provided to the tribes. And on February 3rd, 2019, a meeting was held with the county and tribal historic preservation officers of the Wiyat tribe and the Bear River Band of the Ronaville Rancheria. Additional government-to-government tribal consultations were held between the county and the Wiyat Tribal Council on March 25th, 2019. It was during this consultation process that the Bear River Ridge was discussed as a high prayer spot sacred to the Wiyat people. The ethnobotanical area and importance of the California condor were also discussed during this consultation. I believe there were subsequent meetings to that, but off the top of my head, I don't recall what they are.
But before that even, I see in the report here, August 14th and 15th in 2018, about trying to get the word out.
Yeah, as part of the preparation of the EIR, as part of the notice of preparation, we sent out scoping invitations for people to come and identify the things that needed to be addressed within the DEIR. At that particular time, in response to that, no comment was made on any of these tribal cultural resources.
And once again, just before that, then in July 2018, letters were sent to the tribes. That's that last paragraph on page 4.
That is correct. That was for the formal AB 52 consultation.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Melanie?
Yeah, thank you, Commissioner Levy, for bringing that up. I had asked something exactly that actually last week, which was whether there had been any attempt to mitigate some of the impacts with the tribes through the compensation form of mitigation, much like we do with wetlands. So 1-to-1, 1-to-4, or whatever, land elsewhere. I appreciate that you did address a couple of my other questions. I will say, though, that in adopting a statement of overriding considerations, we are trying to establish whether there is a greater good. And so, although I appreciate that you found it too complicated to run the carbon neutrality model, nonetheless, if we are to make the argument that there is a greater good, then it is relevant whether it is required by CEQA or not, because it's not part of the body of the report under a resource category. I mean, I can run it myself, hopefully before next week, but I think it would be a really important piece of information to have as to whether this actually pencils out in the 30-year projected lifespan of the project. Thanks.
Any other questions by commissioners? If not, I think the applicant has heard the comments last week, and you've heard the staff response to that. Before I open it up for general public comment, would like to see if the applicant would have any responses at this time, or would they rather wait until the end of the public comment to answer any question that may come up. So applicant, would you like to make any comments based on what you've heard so far?
Sure. Thank you again, commission members, board chair. We'll wait until after the public comment if that's acceptable to the board.
That'd be fine.
Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you. So with that, we will open this up for public comment. Anyone wishing to speak on this, we have a list here, and if I could get Suzanne to hand me that sign-up list here. And what I would ask, we have a packed room here. I think we also have overflows into additional conference rooms down. And we would love to have you in if the fire marshal wouldn't throw us all out. But what I would like is that if you commented last time, I would ask that if you do feel the necessity to comment again tonight, if you could just summarize what you may have said last time, in the hope that with a lot of new faces that I see here, folks that have maybe traveled a long distance tonight, people who may have given up last time and left before the meeting was over because it was so packed and they couldn't get in, for their consideration, I would ask that if you spoke before to, unless you've got something new to add, please speak briefly and summarize so that others may have an opportunity. And with that, I will read out.
Mr. Chairman, can I just ask you, we are at capacity in the room at this time. We can't allow anyone in.
Yes.
Are we at least going to be keeping a tally of as people leave, others may take their place?
I believe that there are people at the door.
Yeah, who will be doing that? Okay, all right, thank you.
And I have a list. There must be 50 or so here at this point in time. There may be more sign-up sheets out there. I will read off 4 or 5 at a time here, and so if when I read, if you could get in line and be prepared so that we don't need to lose a lot of time when people weave their way in and out of the packed room here, and be a little bit more efficient on using our time tonight. The first name is, first 3 names, Michael Winkler, Scott Frazier, Lori Gill. Michael Winkler, Scott Frazier, and Lori Gill.
So I have copies for the commissioners and staff. May I proceed in?
Yes.
All right. I'm Michael Winkler. I'm the board chair of Redwood Coast Energy Authority and have worked on sustainable energy for more than 20 years. I'm speaking for myself, although I believe my views on the Terrigen project generally reflect the views of the majority of the board. About 3 months ago, the RCEA board unanimously approved authorizing our staff to negotiate a contract for the majority of the electricity that will be produced if this project is approved. RCEA staff is just concluding negotiations with Terrigen for 3/4 of the output of this project if it's approved by the board. The Terrigen project is slated to produce about 60% of the electricity in this county that RCEA would be buying, and that would be used by RCEA's customers, who represent about 90% of the accounts for Humboldt County. This project is very much in line with the core goals of RCEA, which are stated in our Master Repower Humboldt Plan, which are, quoting from the plan, develop and implement sustainable energy initiatives that reduce energy demand, increase energy efficiency, and advance the use of clean, efficient, and renewable resources available in the region. This project will greatly reduce the greenhouse gas emissions associated with our local energy use and will create a substantial number of construction jobs and a smaller number of long-term jobs. It will also generate a substantial amount of real estate taxes and generate lease taxes to the property owners. I have been involved in discussions with some of the leading opponents of this project and have seriously discussed some of the alternatives that they are proposing. The main alternative, which was mentioned earlier, is that they have made is that we should focus overwhelmingly on rooftop solar rather than large wind projects such as this. According to my calculations and calculations that were stated earlier, at the very least, that such a project, such an implementation, would cost at least $800 million. A figure that was stated earlier was $1.5 billion, more than 4 times the cost of this project. So much solar generation would also need a very large expansion of transmission capacity. And the reason for this is solar has much more variable than wind turbine generation, and also that it peaks in the summer, and so there would be an excess produced in the summer, and that's a very bad fit for here because our peak of electricity consumption is in the winter, and a wind turbine project is much flatter in terms of daily production and in terms of seasonal. And also the project proponents said that we should do offshore wind, but that's going to take at least 5 years, and it's going to be much more expensive than what we're doing. I've been committed to this field for 25 years. I gave up my career in Silicon Valley to work on this because it's so critical to ourselves and to our children and our grandchildren. I think it's important, and I think we can mitigate the impacts and make it so there will be overwhelming benefit to us in Humboldt County.
Thank you, Speaker.
May I ask him a very quick follow-up question? Just because you say you encourage us to accept this project with whatever mitigations we find are necessary, I am wondering if the RCAA board has discussed the possibility that it might be willing to contract to pay a slightly higher rate for energy if certain environmental mitigations that are costly were adapted.
That's something, I can only speak for myself, but
Sure.
I would say that I would be willing to do that. I recognize that there can be significant impacts that would not be mitigated, and although we're not disclosing the terms of the contract, that it is a very favorable price. So I think that is something that I would be willing to support, and I would imagine that other members of the board would also be willing to support that if necessary to mitigate it, because it's, you know, we recognize their impacts, and I think it's important to minimize those in many respects.
Thank you.
I have a question. So this financial savings or benefit, who does it get passed on to the citizens of Humboldt County?
Well, what would happen is, for us, that shows up in the price, that we're getting a very good price, so.
Well, you're getting good price.
Yeah,
I
so-
understand that, but the Redwood Coast Energy Authority would financially benefit, but how did the citizens financially benefit?
Well, what would happen is we can offer a lower price for electricity.
You can or you would?
Well, we have two choices. Well, the two choices that we have, one is that we can lower prices, or the other one is that we can contract for even more renewable energy at a faster rate than we would be able to otherwise because of the lower price. So either it's lower price or it's more larger percentage and larger quantity of renewable energy. But in the end, that we're going to do what's going to advance the goals that have been expressed by the citizens of Humboldt County through the public processes and the hearings that we've had to get input on what they want and what they want us to do as an agency.
The RCEA has so far stated that the rates will not decrease.
Well, that's always the choice of the board. I mean, it's staff can project what they want, but it is. I mean, what we've chosen to do so far is to have our rates slightly lower than PG&E, but that has also allowed us to advance our renewable energy goals much more quickly than we would be able to otherwise. Any other questions?
Thank you, Speaker.
All right, thank you.
Scott or
Point of order. Remember the Brown Act. Remember the Brown Act. These conversations back and forth can't. That's right. Not allowed.
okay. Scott or Lori?
Mr. Chairman, members of the Commission, thank you for the opportunity to address this project. My name is Scott Frazier. I'm representing the California North Coast chapter of the Wildlife Society, an organization comprised of professional wildlife managers, biologists, ecologists, research scientists, and students. Our mission is to conserve biological diversity and ensure responsible use of wildlife. The project FEIR concludes that operational impacts to wildlife will be significant and unavoidable. This conclusion requires that Humboldt County make a finding of overriding consideration. Public Resources Code 2002 states that agencies should not approve projects as proposed if there are feasible alternatives and feasible mitigation measures available. We wish to point out that seasonal curtailment of turbine operations during marbled murrelet breeding season is feasible. In regard to raptor impacts, we propose that a technical advisory committee be implemented as has been proposed for bats. Current bat mitigation proposals allow for hundreds of hoary bats to be killed before intervention occurs. This is unacceptable. Current bat mitigation measures are inadequate. We take exception to the release of the draft EIR while the second year of avian bird use data was still being collected in the field. This approach casts doubt on the sincerity and integrity of the planning process. We request that the project proposal be recirculated as a draft EIR to allow adequate public review. A principal concern with this FEIR is the use of a marbled murrelet collision avoidance rate of 0.98. This rate is too liberal and is not supported by empirical data. The studies used to justify the use of this rate are from European sites with vastly different conditions from our own. Studies are also based on avoidance abilities primarily of bird species like gulls. A more conservative approach is warranted for listed species like marbled murrelet. Curtailment of wind energy production during the marbled murrelet nesting season would be superior to the proposed mitigation planned at Van Dusen County Park. There is no data to suggest that reduction of corvid numbers will result in an increase in marbled murrelet. Additionally, there is no data to indicate that marbled murrelet are nesting in the immediate vicinity of the county park. Therefore, this mitigation is inadequate. If Humboldt County approves this project, additional monitoring should be required, including annual radar monitoring to determine if the numbers of marbled murrelet projected are accurate, operational curtailment of power production to minimize murrelet mortality, use of trained wildlife detection dogs for carcass surveys, establishment of a technical advisory committee for addressing raptor impacts. While we recognize the need for renewable energy, we strongly believe that such projects require proper siting and the use of the best available avoidance and mitigation measures. Due to the concerns outlined here, the California North Coast chapter of TWS opposes approval of this project as it's currently described. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker will be Lori Gill, and she will be followed by Ken Miller, Diane Ryerson, and Ryan Rice. Following Lori will be Ken Miller, Diane Ryerson, and Ryan Rice.
Good evening. First, I would like to speak about the view shed. I have the opportunity to fly in a helicopter over the proposed site, and I asked the pilot to take us up to 600 feet, which he obliged. From that vantage point, I could see practically everywhere, in most all directions, especially north. The second growth trees up on Monument and Bear River Ridge are roughly 40 to 80 feet, and the old growth are around 100 to 150 feet. Wind turbines about 600 feet tall up on those ridges will be no serene-looking windmills in place. Rather, they will be enormous eyesores towering over existing tree lines by approximately 450 feet, creating a visual blight upon our communities, our state parks, and our viewshed in general, not to mention their incessant blinking at night, visible from practically everywhere. Next, to talk about the effect on birds, the FEIR states that they estimate 150 to 300 non-raptors will die per year. The FEIR states that approximately 20 marbled murrelets will be killed. Furthermore, the FEIR estimates that raptor deaths will be between 4 and 114 per year. Raptors include our eagles, both bald and golden, along with various hawks and other birds of prey. Many of these birds are protected by federal and state endangered species acts, which are laws allowing for zero takes, period. If I were to kill a raptor, I would be fined and imprisoned, as I should be. Yet this corporation wants to be able to kill off up to 114 raptors per year and hundreds of other birds, bats, owls to build a windmill project. Some say it's for the greater good. I doubt it. This project will at most produce 1/3 of 1% of the state's power needs, which is a figure I got from Natalie DeLapp. Lastly, the recent insulting radio comments where DeLapp stoops to accusing those of us who are against the project of telling tired lies and wild fiction is inexcusable and unacceptable. It is she who continues to tell the tired lies and spread the wild fiction when she alludes that this project will help Humboldt County to become energy independent by allowing residents to purchase the green energy produced by this project, as well as being carbon neutral in 6 months. In closing, Terrigen wants to develop in Humboldt what appears to be any cost, including having their spokesman deliberately misinforming the public, lying to us. They promise tax money for better schools and roads. And in my decades of being old enough to vote, I have learned one thing, that the promise of better roads and schools never materializes. Furthermore, this issue is our county expeditiously ramrodding this project through without giving the public in general ample time to assimilate the information appropriately. So what are we the people to think? We're being rushed, we're being lied to, and hearing what we know are empty promises. This project is not good for Humboldt. I urge you to not approve it and save this county from additional time and money that will most certainly come as a result of litigation should you decide to move forward with this. Thank you for your time this afternoon.
Thank you, Speaker. Ken Miller, Diane Ryerson, and again, I would ask, as we did last week, please hold your applause or comments because it tends to intimidate someone who may not have your view, and we need to be respectful of all sides here. So, Ken, go ahead.
I'm Ken Miller, Commissioners. I just wanted to add on the Skookumchuck project. They actually purchased habitat. They purchased conservation easements. It wasn't just curtailment. And that's the only mitigation that's ever been shown to be effective during oil spills in Merlet territory. This really is the first one in Merlet territory besides that. So, it's plain to see that half the county doesn't want this. And an energy plan that where half the county doesn't want it is not a good plan. And Terrigen can't be part of this both solution because of that. The impacts are so severe that the EIR is basically a dry lab modeling exercise. That's really what it is. It's very vulnerable. It's interesting that the Terrigen advocates accuse us of sacrificing other places to protect our own. Well, Terrigen is going to make a lot of money. They're going to sell carbon credits. The money will go to Energy Capital Partners. And those guys will be drilling the Arctic oil. They'll be doing shale oil, fracking, pipelines, you name it. Terrigen is going to basically be an ATM machine for the fossil fuel industry. Let's see. We can buy clean wind. We don't have to produce it here. This is dirty wind. We can buy clean wind from places where the impacts are already well established. And, they're repowering these old turbines. You can repower 400 turbines with 20 new ones. And Terrigen has a lot of old turbines on their website, at least. So I think it's really important to understand, and you've heard from Michael Winkler, that if you approve this, you are approving an industry. You are opening the county to onshore wind, and that is our CEA's goal, is onshore wind. This will open the door to it. This will become a programmatic EIR. When they talk about solar, they basically just talk about every rooftop and then they multiply it out. They don't talk about economy of scale. They don't talk about you own the system, you own the energy. That adds a lot of value. Municipalities all over the country are doing this. There's a Forbes article 2 days ago about using electric vehicles as your storage. That's the way to do it. So I thought of various reasons to deny the permit. I'll just run through 6 of them real quick. It violates your general welfare standard. Honor the WIAT. Significantly flawed EIR. You're permitting an industry. It finances fossil fuel extraction. And you can make room for solarizing the county. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ken. Ryan Rice or Diane Ryerson? Ryan Rice or Diane Ryerson?
I'm Diane Ryerson, a Humboldt County resident, and I thank you for the opportunity to address you. And I also thank the WIAT people for the privilege of allowing you to live on their land. And I stand in solidarity with the WIAT tribe and strongly support denial of Terrigen's onshore wind project. Please exercise Humboldt County's right to deny this onshore wind project based on significant, unavoidable impacts. Do not approve statements of overriding considerations for these impacts. The CEQA process is not designed to analyze and mitigate the human, spiritual, and psychological impacts this project will impose upon the WIAT people. Psychological trauma is transgenerational. The WIAT people have endured 170 years of destruction of their land, their management techniques, their food and medicinal sources, and cultural sacred sites. Let us not continue this destruction. We have other actions we can take to increase carbon sequestration and reduce atmospheric carbon emissions without causing significant impacts that can't be mitigated. My letter lists some alternatives, none of which require loss of carbon sequestering trees, temporary roads around Highway 101 overpasses, disruption of 101 traffic to transport 141 football field-long blades from Fields Landing to south of Stafford, or 141 acres covered by concrete pads with the unknown of what happens when the 30-year contract ends, or changing the visual aesthetics of the ridgetops, or violation of a WIOT sacred site. We can do better. Deny the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. The next speaker will be Ryan Rice, and following Ryan, I'd like to, Jesse Noel, Lynn Javier, and Lane Russ will be next. Jesse Noel, Lynn Javier, and Lane Russ will be next.
Good evening. My name is Ryan Rice. Thank you, Chair, Commissioners, Director Ford, and staff. I'm a Humboldt County lifetime resident from a family ranching and forestry background. I'm on numerous boards and committees with the understanding of processes. I've been to DC, Sacramento, and Mexico for meetings with various individuals concerning resource policy. These conversations all had to do with resources and how we can better use them to provide for future food production, water, climate change, ecosystems, and energy goals. Is Humboldt County about solutions to large problems, building eco-advanced ways to produce energy? Or are we just going to sit by and watch these critical opportunities pass Humboldt by while our problems become insistently larger? The Humboldt Wind Project has the potential to be a very large stepping stone in moving forward with energy resiliency, creating jobs, creating industry, adding to our tax base, replacing old power generations such as Klamath and Potter Valley Hydro, meeting climate goals, and providing an overall future for our kids. Unfortunately, some of the opposition to this project are short-sighted and have a tendency to lean towards entitlement. You see, most of them have what they want and continue to use the outdated, eco-damaging, limited resources provided in order to obtain their desired results in life, all without an education of future energy needs. Many of us would like to maintain comfortably living standards for the long term by supporting more advanced solutions, such as the Humboldt Wind Project. We know that the status quo will run its course, leaving bigger problems for future generations. The world's population will triple in my lifetime, in most part in poor countries like Africa and parts of Asia, where there is not the resources for solutions that there are here. These particular regions are also the largest emitters of carbon as well. Think globally, act locally. I ask, are we going to be team players in the fight for our climate? While Humboldt County grapples with sea level rise, a state-mandated climate action plan, Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, 4 Klamath dams and Potter Valley hydroelectric decommission and removal, cannabis compliance, public safety power shutoffs, etc., there isn't one of these areas that aren't touched by climate change and what this project can do to help advance these areas into the future. We know that from past experience, offshore wind and solar are going to have their own set of very large regulatory challenges and most likely won't happen for a long time if they happen at all. Let's show future generations how we can make the right decisions in advancing into the future with projects meeting standards that exceed expectations and avoiding crisis situations. Thank you for making the right decision and moving Humboldt forward along the path of energy and climate resiliency for our ecosystems and the health of our children and generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Jesse Noel, Lynn Javier, or Lane Russ?
Hi, you all. My name's Lynn Javier. I'm from Bridgeville. I'm the chairperson of the committee for Bridgeville Community Center, I mean. I'm also part of the Fire Safety Council at Van Duzen and Mad River. I'm a CERT leader, which is Community Emergency Response Team, which I recommend everybody in this room to take. And I would like to say that I think that in this time and in this era, to have brilliant people think about our going on 100% recyclable, yet we're going to take more than 15 generations of growth and throw it away, a natural resource, makes no sense. You're going to say this is 100% recyclable, but you're going to take something that gives you oxygen. Folks, the Amazon River, the Amazon jungle is no longer the Amazon jungle. When the southern hemisphere doesn't have that oxygen of 20% anymore. We've got up here in the northern hemisphere, we have so many fires besides our own in Russia. We're not thinking ahead. You all are not putting this in the equation of whether or not we should let these folks put concrete, plastic, and metal in replace of oxygen-giving trees, carbon sequestering trees, water sequestering trees. These trees keep our mountaintops on the top, and they don't slide down into our rivers and creeks. They give everybody from the micros, macros, under their roots, all the way up to the tippity top, they give us oxygen. This is the stupidest thing I've ever heard of. Honestly, you're gonna wipe out something. California, the whole state of California, 40% of the natural resources that are still surviving is Humboldt County. Grasp that. 900 miles, 400, 500 miles wide. We are 40% of what's left, and now they want to take 10 or 15% of it away. For what? It is so stupid. You ask, is this going to be zero? No, it's never going to be zero, because it's going to take you 15 to 20 years, 20 generations. That's 15 times 25 years to get back what you're killing to put up fans. It's not going to give us oxygen. It's not going to sequester anything. It's going to shake down. It's going to take down a lot of different things from the bottom up. I really wish we could put our brains together and take these fans and put them someplace else that really would work for us. And stop thinking of the bottom line. We don't need to be bottom line feeders here. We have all stood up and said no to all different kinds of things coming in here and killing everything that we lived to come up here to live for. All the resources, don't subtract that, add. Thank you.
Thank you. Jesse Noel and Elaine Russell, next on board.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Jesse Noel, and I farm apples in Elk River, where the FEMA floodline has now risen about 2 feet. And many of my neighbors, their agricultural lands are really not very usable, but would like to consider putting solar on those hay fields and on the access roads. So we're in conversations about that, and we'd like to see some leadership from the Planning Commission and some cooperation and identifying what the problems are and solving them. It would replace lost income for the folks out there that are severely flooded and now suffer exceedingly high flood insurance rates and other things. I put solar on my rooftop in 2004, and it has paid itself back. Cost me $14,000, and I disagree with the Terrigen folks on their estimates and Michael Winkler because of my experience with solar. I think that you should talk to people who have actually done it and find out what, their I would like to increase the amount of solar. I'd like to put up solar fences around my apple orchard. I'd like to put them up on the access road and on the bridge too. There's a lot of land when you think about the county as a whole, how many roads there are, how many parking lots there are, how many rooftops there are. All of those should have solar on them, because solar will keep money in this county rather than exporting it to Wall Street. If you think about 70,000 houses and how much money the Terrigen people say it would cost, and you compare that with the reality, you come up with a very large number of dollar bills that would be staying in this economy, being spent in our local stores. We would still have the tourism. We wouldn't have the psychological distress of flashing lights all night long and windmill flutter and dead birds and all of these problems. Solar provides many more jobs and low-skilled jobs. So I urge you to consider the solar alternative and require it and declare that overriding economic considerations does not apply here. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Lane Russ will be next, followed by Joyce Mellon, and I hope I pronounced these names right, don't butcher them too bad. Sina Marino and John Schaefer. Joyce Mellon, Sina Marino, and John Schaefer.
We've also, as a family, submitted some written comments to you folks, so I hope you've got them in your packet. Good afternoon, or evening, I guess it is now. My name is Lane Ross. I, along with my cousins, own the Forest Home Ranch that is included in the proposed wind power project. Our family has acted stewards of this property for approximately over 120 years, and I've leased the ranch for the last 20 years from the family for a grazing business. Our family felt compelled to be here today, given the controversy that the proposed project was generating, and to give our perspectives on the positive impacts of this project that can have both locally as well as statewide. We as a family take a very long-term approach to our land management. It's not a 5, it's not a 10-year or even a 20-year approach. It's really, in making decisions affecting the resources of our lands, we really look at it as a multi-generational approach. We strongly believe that in order to be successful over the long run, you have to take that kind of approach in order to be sustainable. And it was with this in mind that when we were approached by Terrigen, we decided the project would not only be a good fit for us, but we thought it would fit within the North Coast as well. Many of the comments that I heard last week, were describing the beauty and the uniqueness of Bear River Ridge, and I couldn't agree more. But I think one has to ask themselves, why is it unique up there? There's many other similar areas within the county that are prairie grasslands, as well as surrounded by timbered forest lands. The one thing that I think that really sets Bear River Ridge apart, though, in its uniqueness and apart, is that it has remained in large tracts with minimal development. This is a reflection of the long-term management philosophies of families like ours that have been there for generations, that encourage sustainable resource management that operates with nature. I think one only has to look south towards Matoll and Honeydew or east towards Garville, Alder Point, and Bridgeville to see a completely different landscape. A landscape that is fragmented with thousands of small parcels, hundreds of roads, houses, and pot farms. This fragmented landscape results in a well-documented environmental damage to our water quality as well as wildlife. Given the increasing demands placed on all of us today, it is necessary for owners to develop alternative resources in order to maintain these tracts of land, such as they're in the Bear River Ridge area. And I, both from a moral and as well as philosophical standpoint, prefer a wind farm to large lot developments and pot farms. In reading the comments of the project, one of the things that we found really surprising was a claim by the Wiyot tribe as to the sacred prayer sites that were located on the ridge. In the past 20 years that I have operated the property, I've never been approached or contacted by the Wiyots expressing an interest in the property, nor am I aware ever of my grandfather or my dad ever mentioning their interest in the area either. It has always been our understanding the Bear River tribe, this was historically the Bear River tribe's territory, and the Bear River tribe and the Wiyots were historically very different and separate and distinct tribes. In closing, I would just say that I think this project is something that is very compatible with the North Coast, with our long-term energy needs. And if we don't do something, we can either choose to be a leader on the North Coast here and set an example for the rest of the state, or we can continue down the path that we are, and all of us can look around the economic area right now, and it's not very encouraging. So, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. George Mellon, Sina Marino, John Schaefer.
Hello, my name is Joyce Malene, and I appreciate the opportunity to speak here tonight. I stand in solidarity with the Wiyot tribe and want to voice my opposition to the Humboldt Wind Energy Project. I feel strongly that it will debase an area of cultural and sacred value to the Wiyot tribe, will not further our quest for independence from the PG&E grid, and will be a direct and lasting threat to the birds, mammals, forests, and watersheds of this county. I believe that the 600-foot tall wind turbines will be a blight in all senses of the word on our beautiful landscape. The only thing that should rise higher than the coastal redwoods are the voices in support of the wisdom and respectful opinions put forth by the Wiyot tribe, the American Bird Conservancy, the concerned citizens of Rio Dale, Scotia, Fortuna, and all others who value this uniquely special land. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Sina Marino or John Schaefer? And I hope I am pronouncing these names close.
You did well. I'm Sina Marino, and I'll speak for myself first. And second, I'm on the Climate Action Committee at the Humboldt Fellowship, and also I'm on the 350 Humboldt group. There will be visual impacts of Terrigen. There will be wildlife losses. There will be habitat loss and access to herbals. There'll be messy roads and truck traffic, especially during the building project. There will be loss of sacred cultural resources. I know if Terrigen wanted to mow down my people's garden, destroy my church, eliminate a good food source, and destroy the places where my ancestors were buried, I'd be very upset. These trees took years to grow. I am an environmentalist. I do support wildlife care. I am in the Sierra Club, the national parks, etc., and I'm aware of species extinctions and habitat loss of a multitude of species, including birds, reptiles, insects, things that live in the earth, etc. But the reason I support the Terrigen project is the urgency of action that I feel is needed now. Unless our population acts as soon as possible to reduce the CO2 emissions in a major way and stop global temperature rise, we'll all become extinct, not just the animals, but we're animals and we will go too. More animals of all species will still be needing all the monetary resources we can muscle to deal with the ongoing climate changes that aren't going to stop, even if we stop all CO2 today. The mitigations of our area, including sea level rise, fires, storms, flooding, immigration from countries that are already impacted by the climate, or areas of our country that are no longer habitable and unable to sustain plant growth, they're going to want to come where we are. We are very lucky here on the coast and haven't had to deal with some significant weather changes, fires, floods. Unless we want to live without electricity, we're going to need some help. This is why I support the windmill project. I also support other alternative energies. I have solar on my house, and it's been there for 10 years. I support all individual efforts to reduce our carbon footprint. Everybody needs to work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. John Schaefer will be next, followed by Ruth Allen, Rick Pellerin, and Jeff Heeden. Ruth Allen, Rick Pellerin, and Jeff Heeden will be following John Schaefer.
Good afternoon, Commissioners, and thank you for listening to us all rant and rave. I spoke last week for about 2 minutes, so I'll use up the rest of my 3 minutes this evening. This is a question of long-term versus short-term. If we really care about the long-term survival of our species and most of the rest of the species on the planet, we have to quit burning all this carbon. So if we look 7 generations ahead, what are the results of the choices that we make about energy supply in this century? I agree with Michael Winkler. There are no other feasible alternatives if we're going to get off carbon-fueled energy. I wish to see my grandchildren prosper, and I hope you will approve this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Ruth, Rick, or Jeff?
My name is Ruth Allen. I live in Rio Dale. I've lived in the Eureka area since 1989. I want to be very brief, but I want you to know some of the individual animals and birds that will really be affected. We're just saying the names, the animals and the birds. Well, here's a list of 28. I'll go fast through it. You all know probably these are going to be affected. First thing is the bees. Because of the spraying of herbicides, they're going to be affected worse. The California condor, the migratory birds, that is a Pacific flyway, the northern spotted owl, the marbled murrelet, Pellegrini falcon, merlin, American kestrel, northern harrier, white-tailed kite, osprey, sharp-winged hawk, Cooper's hawk, red-tailed hawk, red-shouldered hawk, rough-legged hawk, bald-cape eagle, golden eagle, turkey vulture, Ori bats, gophers, moles, rabbits, fox, bobcat, mountain lion, deer, and bear. What a family to be really impacted with this. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
Mr. Chairman, my name is Rick Pellerin. I was born and raised here. Last week, a gentleman was talking about, I remember him because he used his arms. He said, the coastal wind pushes that fog over the ridge and down the other side, down into the Eel River Valley, where the wind pushes that fog all the way down to the Redwoods State Park. There is a science to this, and this is the science of hydrometeorology. The science has been around since wind farms first started. Another thing that you may or may not know about the redwoods is that the redwoods are unique from most species. Redwoods get their water through their leaves, not through their roots. A lot of the old timers know that, but that's a fact. You ever seen trees that have blown down here when you go through the park? They don't have a big root system that sticks way out this way or way straight down. They just have this small section. When it blows over, you go, wow, how did that tree survive with such small roots? That's why. A lot of people don't know that. And this is especially important because of this thing called hydrometeorology, the way that the fog, the study of this fog, the way it rolls over the hills. I watched this phenomenon only today from my back porch. And it's beautiful, mystic, and mysterious, the way this fog tumbles down over the hill and it nourishes these trees and on down into the flatland. Well, anyway, scientific studies show that wind farms affect the hydrometeorology, that is the air temperature and humidity downwind from wind farms. Please see the article in the Journal of Wind Engineering and Industrial Aerodynamics. I submitted that to you by email. The Avenue of the Giants, Humboldt Redwood State Park, Pamplin Grove, and Rockefeller Forest are all downwind from the proposed wind farm. Premature death of the redwoods and other trees and forest fire in those areas are the probable result of installing the proposed wind farm in that location. It will affect the moisture content and the temperature of that air. And a few percentage points difference can just go ahead and kill and make the redwoods wilt. And if you think this is some BS I'm trying to feed you, just study it up. And it's a fact. The old timers were right. Redwoods have to have that fog. And it doesn't need to be tampered with. The FEIR includes no environmental impact report on hydrometeorology, nor does it even mention the wind farm's effects on forests downwind from the project site. This issue should have been set out in a statement of overriding considerations, but it wasn't included. The FEIR is inadequate. On another point, reasonable doubt exists as to whether the lead agency followed CEQA requirements in the handling of public review process. There is also reasonable doubt as to whether the lead agency followed the requirements of Section 15088 in its evaluation of and response to comments. I refer to the two-page document that I submitted online. The FEIR is inadequate. No project is the environmentally sound option.
Thank you, Speaker. Jeff is next, and following Jeff will be Donnie Mobley, Chris Nemella, and Kelly Patton. Donnie Mobley, Chris Nemella, and Kelly Patton.
I'm Jeff Hedin. I stood before you last week and in 3 minutes discussed a little bit about the effect that these very large windmills will have on the air column as it's moving over the ridges. In 3 minutes, I wasn't able to get to all of the downwind issues that I think are important here and should be part of the discussions that you all have about how to approve this project. One of the things that no one got to was the importance of these breezes, these cool, moist marine winds that flow over these ridges during our dry seasons, how they contribute to our region's fire resilience. These winds bathe the Eel River Basin day after day, keeping our duff layer and ladder fuels damp and depositing dew on all that is still green. I fear global warming, but I also fear the new rapid expansion rate of urban wilderness interface fires in California. We lost 85 people in the Paradise Fire, and we just evacuated 180,000 people from the Kincaid Fire while the lights were out. And we here are not exempt. During my 2+ decades of service as a commissioner in the Piercy Fire Protection District, I've seen the Canoe Fire, the Noble Fire, the Lightning Complex, and the Wilderness Lodge Fire burn for days over thousands of acres. These are just the fires that got away because our response was too late. We extinguish most of the fires that start in the region, but we do it with far too few firefighters. From Willits to Fortuna, we depend on volunteers to leave work, home, shopping, play, spouse and children to drive to a fire station, don gear, and mount emergency response vehicles to reach a fire before it becomes a holocaustic firestorm. These winds buy us time because they keep our tinder damp. If we let our region get as dry as Sonoma County, it will burn 4 times as hard as the Kincaid Fire. We have that much more fuel per acre. Believe me, I want to see solar arrays wherever they can be fit, and I want to see windmills, big and small, wherever the wind is a nuisance or simply an interesting challenge to golfers. But I do not want to see windmills harvesting the wind's energy where the wind is a blessing, a godsend. So I'll skip way on down here. You guys can read the rest. Terragen has brought us some amazing data as a premier wind energy developer. They have determined that in our entire region, there is only one place where they can profitably generate electricity from wind energy, even with a tax break. And that says to me that we need a massive governmental mobilization. And I guarantee you, we can do it. I've seen it. I was drafted, trained as a medic, sent to Vietnam in 1967 and 68, and assigned to a reconnaissance platoon that was inserted all over Vietnam. The USA spent billions of dollars, built airports, harbors, field hospitals, and generated electricity wherever our military wanted. For what? I don't know. But this is for our lives, and I know our industrialists were well compensated. They didn't disappear. I think Terrigen should be thanked for their research and paid for it, and it should be used to figure out exactly what we need to spend.
If
to
you could
create-
summarize, Speaker, I'd appreciate it.
I'm right there. Let's go to the last line. At least stop the windmill rotors from noon to 6 p.m. on our dry season days. A holocaustic fire will release more carbon than this project can save in 30 years.
Thank you, Speaker. Donnie Mobley, Christian Mella, and Kelly Patton. And I would like to remind people that when the orange light comes on, you've got 15 seconds, and some of you folks are abusing your time, and I'll be a little bit more stringent here as night goes on. We've got a lot of people left to go, and so please be considerate of those behind you. So go ahead, Speaker.
My name is Donnie Mobley. First, I'd like to thank commissioners and staff for hearing me tonight. I'm in support of the Humboldt County, or Humboldt Wind Project. I'm a Humboldt County lifetime resident. I have a ranching, forestry, and construction background and understand protecting your resources on our lands will provide endless benefits for future generations. I have been to many meetings concerning our land use. I am currently a president of a local board that has to make frequent decisions that deal with rural resources. These conversations have to do with our lands and better using them in order to provide for future generations. That's why the Humboldt Wind Project is a must. I put the pros and cons on the subsequent scales for the Humboldt County wind projects, and the pros immediately outweigh. Discussions continue concerning outdated, environmentally unfriendly infrastructure such as the Klamath Dams and the Potter Valley project that are set for decommission. While we think about the health of our rivers for our ecosystems, we must not discount the fact that we will eliminate energy from the grid. The Klamath Dam removal alone would eliminate 163 megawatts out of the system. This proposed county wind project at 155 megawatts would replace those decommissioned hydroelectric projects or simply add to the grid in conjunction with population increase. To my knowledge of the above-mentioned hydroelectric projects, have any kind of replacement infrastructure mitigated for the power grid loss? There are 300 jobs that would be created here during build-out and 15 permanent jobs for families that would be created post-project. I receive calls weekly from people desperately looking for jobs as I am a business owner. This project has the potential to diversify and bring new industry and energy resources here in Humboldt. Another step in the right direction for a potential microgrid in the event of power shutoffs. This also ties in with the state-mandated climate action plan that Humboldt County is to create that will require a 40% reduction in greenhouse emissions. If we don't accept build-out of infrastructure, there will not be enough energy for future generations. I encourage you to keep the future of our county in mind and support this essential opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Kristen Mella, followed by Kelly Patton.
Good evening. I'm here to speak once again on behalf of the birds. I started working as an independent environmental consultant over 20 years ago. Perhaps I was a bit naive, but I thought the job of a consultant was to give a voice to the voiceless, to go out into the field and do thorough surveys so that the client, the agencies, and the public had a clear view of exactly what animals were on site and the potential impacts. Me and a small group of other biologists always worked on that premise. Sadly, though, most big consulting firms seem to work only to make the client happy and get all the projects approved. Spending 30 minutes once per week at each station for small birds and 1 hour per month on eagles it's inconceivable to me. I don't care whose guidelines they're following. That is simply not enough time in the field. When wind projects came to us to do bird surveys, you know what we did? We were on site for 8 to 10 hours every single day with our eyes to the sky. That means we were there when 300 American white pelicans passed through, 500 vultures came through, 800 Swainson's hawks would pass through on their southerly migration to Argentina for the winter. And what about the 6 golden eagle nests that are within 2 miles of the proposed wind turbines? It's pretty standard for eagles to go at least 5 miles out to hunt. If one parent gets killed by a turbine, you can pretty much write off the rest of that family. It's very rare that a nest will survive with a single parent. So for every adult eagle that gets killed by a wind turbine, you could lose an additional 2 to 4 eaglets. Don't be fooled by the mitigation measure to retrofit those towers, those poles, to reduce eagle electrocution. Those retrofitted towers are interspersed with unretrofitted towers. So all the eagle has to do is move down a few towers to get electrocuted. Unless they retrofit every single tower, that mitigation is basically worthless. For every, there is no offset of eagle deaths. For every eagle that dies by a wind turbine is a reduction in the population by that same amount, period. I've seen too many wind farms go up in too many locations, bad locations, that kill too many eagles. Another wind farm in another bad location is not the answer. This is not going to make us more energy independent. It's just switching our dependence from one entity to another. We should be focusing on ways to put the power back in the hands of the individual. This is not going to save the earth. Only changing our behavior is going to save the planet, so to speak. We should be looking for ways to change our bad habits, not to support our bad habits, reduce our energy consumption. This project has way too many significant, unavoidable impacts, which add up to one significantly unacceptable project. I know you see this. I know you feel it. You have the power to stop this. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Kelly Patton, followed by Frank Basic, Dave Chang, and Laura Sarvinsky. Frank Basic, Dave Chang, and Laura Sarvinsky. Kelly, go ahead.
Hello, committee. Thank you for your time. My name is Kelly Patton. I'm a multi-generation cattle rancher, and I'm a logger and an employer. Our county needs to be diversified in its approach to meeting our stress energy grid to include wind, wave, and solar. There are no perfect solutions to any of our county's problems. There are shortcomings to all three of those, but we need to act now to move towards wind, solar, and wave energy, to shore up PG&E's broken power grid and to take responsibility for our county's energy needs. I ask that the committee approve the project, but condition 2 things for approval: that the long and short-term employment is steered towards local contractors, vendors, and workers. Number 2 would be to require some sort of first right of refusal for the generated power to isolate our county from some of the blackouts that we've recently experienced by the valley's wind problems and fire dangers that have come about. Our county deserves to directly benefit from this project. I thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Speaker. Frank Basic, Dave Chang, Laura Sarvinsky.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Frank Basic. I'm president of the Town of Scotia Company, and for 32 years I've been a land use lawyer. I've worked dozens of EIRs, mostly for applicants, and I've worked the biggest one that ever came through Humboldt. That was the Headwaters transaction EIR. In that case, we had dozens of permits and plans, and they were all approved, and then the EIR took place, and the public was able to comment on the impacts and the nature of all those permits. Incidental take permits for some 26 species, a sustained yield plan for hundreds of thousands of acres over a 100-year planning horizon, habitat conservation plans, implementation agreements, all done, and then the EIR examined the impact. That's a comprehensive EIR. That's the way it's supposed to work. Here, we've got dozens, literally dozens. Excuse me. In my comments, I've identified 24 plans, programs, and permits that have been deferred. I hope you read the comments that were submitted on the DEIR. Everybody who submitted comments of a legal nature pointed out that this project defers too much of the environmental review. A couple of examples will suffice. For one, we're looking at the night lighting of the windmills. We don't know what the impacts will be. We don't know how many lights will be required. We don't know what the impacts are or how they should be mitigated. That's because we didn't do the Part 77 consultation with the FAA yet. When that consultation is done, we'll know. Why wasn't that done before we get here? How about the incidental take permits that'll be necessary for management in a way that will take endangered species? You know, it's a federal crime to take endangered species unless you have an incidental take permit. So even if you believe the analysis that there are only some murrelets that will be killed, that requires incidental take permitting. Why wasn't that permitting done? We don't know what the mitigations will be. We don't know what the land use limitations will be. We don't know if compensatory mitigation won't be required by the wildlife agencies. And with respect, this commission and this staff is not competent to determine whether a take will occur or won't occur, how many takes will occur, or how to mitigate them, and you cannot give a permit. So why are we spending our time assessing this project when these key restrictions are not yet known? Another one would be timber harvest planning. There's a 25 or 21 mile now clear cut that will be undertaken for the right-of-way. There's no conversion permit in the hopper. There's no timber harvest plan for harvesting all the trees that will be necessary to remove for the road construction. So we don't know what the restrictions will be. We don't know what the mitigations will be required by CAL FIRE, and we just really can't make an informed assessment now as to what needs to be done. So I oppose the project. I think that the EIR cannot be certified in its current state, and if it is, it's relatively easy to turn over. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Dave Chang, Laura Sarvinsky.
I'm Dave Chang. I'm from Riadell. I have concerns about this project that I feel have not been adequately addressed. The applicant stated that wind turbine caused fires are rare at last week's meeting. Well, Google wind turbine fires. The #1 cause of wind turbine fires is from lightning strikes. The wind turbines would act as a lightning rod on top of Bear River and Monument Ridges. The second leading cause of wind turbine fires is from equipment failure and the close proximity of highly flammable materials such as hydraulic oil and plastics to machinery and electrical wires. Add lots of energy in the form of wind, overheating and/or faulty equipment, and you have a disaster. The Gentile line has a 100-foot corridor, 50 foot on either side of the center of the structures, with a 115 kilovolt transmission line. What happens when a 100-foot tree falls on the line? There appears to be no containment device around each pedestal. Remember, each of these turbines will have petroleum products for lubrication and may have glycol paste, antifreeze. Nothing has been mentioned about the possibility of contamination of the groundwater. The areas that are proposed for the Gentile line and the wind turbines are seismically active and on erosive soil. What about sediment transport? Nothing's been mentioned about the how the applicant is going to meet the National Pollution Discharge and Elimination System standards, NPDES. The ambitious schedule of being operational by December 2020 surprises me. The rainy season here can go from November 1st to May 15th. There are other work window restrictions such as a 90 decibel limit for nesting birds during certain times of the year. OSHA requires backup alarms that exceed this. I believe that the County Planning Department and the Board of Supervisors should reject this project. There are too many unanswered questions that they have not even shared what model wind turbine or the location where they are to be placed. Remember, LLC stands for Limited Liability Company. Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Sarvinsky, and then we're going to take a break, and when we come back from the break after Laura, Barbara Kennedy, Joanne Welch, and Howard Russell. Barbara Kennedy, Joanne Welch, and Howard Russell following the break. Go ahead, Laura.
Hi, my name is Laura Sarvinsky. I am a homeowner in Scotia. Many of the supporters of this project cite global warming as the catalyst for need for this project. Please let me suggest an alternative that I believe is more pressing for the County of Humboldt to consider. The renewable energy infrastructure has surpassed the capability of moving generated power and fully utilizing output. When we drive by a wind farm and see only a small percentage of blades rotating, it is most likely due to curtailment, a stop order of transmitting power to these already overtaxed grids. According to energy analyst Mark Specht and his publication June 25th of 2019, Renewable Energy Curtailment 101, the problem that's actually not a problem at all, there are two main reasons behind renewable energy curtailment: system-wide oversupply and local transmission constraints. System-wide oversupply is what most people think of when explaining energy curtailment. This kind of curtailment occurs when on a large scale there is simply not enough demand for all the renewable electricity that is available. Examples of this occur frequently in California during the spring months when renewable energy production can exceed electricity demand. Local transmission constraints are often forgotten reason for renewable curtailment. This kind of curtailment occurs when there is so much renewable electricity in a local area that there is insufficient transmission infrastructure to deliver the electricity to a place where it could be used. A great example of this is in Texas, where wind energy curtailment fell from 17% in 2009 to 0.5% in 2014, mostly due to construction of additional transmission lines to move that wind energy out of local pockets to places where it could be used. The CAISO, which operates the grid in most of California, keeps track of how much curtailment happens due to these two reasons. Surprisingly, in the first 5 months of 2019, just over half of all curtailment occurred due to local transmission constraints. This isn't an anomaly. Roughly 3/5 of all curtailment in 2018 was due to local transmission constraints as well. I propose that Humboldt County entice vendors to bring energy storage facilities to our vacated mills locations. Excess renewable energy in the grid could be stored for future use and supply jobs to local residents, at the same time allowing infrastructure already in place to operate at full capacity without having to build more wind farms in California. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. And we will take a 10-minute recess. We will come back at about 6:20. Thank you. Sign up speakers that I have here, and so I'm going to be a lot more stringent on the 3 minutes. When your 3 minutes are up, you need to stop, or we will not have a prayer of getting through the rest of these tonight. And we'll take another break here in about an hour and 10-15 minutes. We'll see how we get through there. If need be, I may shorten up this 3 minutes to 2 minutes. So we've got a lot of folks waiting to speak. And so with that, we'll start. And we had Barbara Kennedy, Joanne Welch, and Howard Russell. Barbara Kennedy, Joanne Welch, Howard Russell.
My name is Joanna Welch, and I live here in Eureka. I have a degree in environmental conservation and restoration. I'm an environmentalist. I have solar in my house. I drive a Prius, and I am in favor of the Humboldt Wind Energy Project. And why? We wasted 30 years. We're at the 11th hour now. And if we don't act boldly in the next 10 years, we won't be able to stop the worst effects of climate change. I have 3 young grandchildren. I'm extremely worried about the quality of their life. They won't know what I saw in my lifetime. You know, we have to act boldly now. It's just, we don't have a choice. We don't have a choice. We have to do this. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Appreciate you being succinct and concise. Barbara or Howard? Barbara Russell, or excuse me, Barbara Kennedy, Howard Russell. Barbara Kennedy or Howard Russell? Barbara or... Barbara Howard, excuse me, Barbara Kennedy or Howard Russell? Barbara Kennedy or Howard Russell? All right. Kent Swatsky, Gail Kinney. Kent Schwatsky or Gail Kinney?
I'm Gail Kenny, and my letter is in supplemental 3. I'm representing Redwood Region Audubon Society. We are a member of the National Audubon Society. We promote wise, balanced, responsible, and ethical use of natural systems on a local, national, and global scale, protecting the biotic and abiotic components of those systems on local, national, and global scales with an emphasis on birds. We reviewed the final environmental impact report and have the following comments. The hoary bat is a seasonal migrant with the largest known seasonal congregation in North America, less than 4 miles from the project site. Even though mass bat activity in the project area would normally occur during minimal power generating conditions, adequate seasonal curtailment to avoid or reduce bat intake has been deemed not economically feasible by Terrigen. A statement in the raptor section of the FEIR states, each station was surveyed once per month for 1 hour, except for 4 stations in grassland habitat on Bear River Ridge that could not be surveyed between October 2018 and April 2019 because of restricted access. Fall and winter is a time period that most raptors are present in the area. Survey for only 1 hour once per month is too brief and infrequent to get a true estimate of raptor use. The conclusion of no negative impact on raptor species populations is based on insufficient data. The FEIR does not commit Terrigen to verify takes with the use of scent dogs by a third party. We believe this is the only method that will determine actual take with a reasonable accuracy. Terrigen states that curtailment of WTG operation for mitigation of bird and bat deaths is not economically feasible. This is unacceptable. They discussed mitigation, but their commitment seems weak as to what they will do. They state up front they can't afford to curtail WTGs as part of mitigation for sensitive species. This gives us little confidence and trust that they'll follow through with monitoring and mitigation. A recently published study in the journal Science reveals that since 1970, bird populations in the United States and Canada have declined by 29%, or almost 3 billion birds, signaling a widespread ecological crisis. Grassland birds have declined at 53% reduction. The FEIR does not address the project's contribution to this cumulative impact on birds. Verification and monitoring bat and bird and bat fatalities due to WT collisions is essential to best management practices. Delaying take verification and monitoring months or years after startup is inconsistent with best management practices. In closing, we support the concept of green energy. However, based on the analysis of the final EIR, there are too many flaws and unknowns in the Humboldt Wind Energy Project as proposed for it to go forward under the current FEIR. Therefore, we oppose it. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker. And following Kent is Annie Knight, or Ani Knight, Sterling McWhorter, and Corrine Alton, if I am reading this handwriting and pronouncing the names right. Ani Knight, Sterling McWhorter, Corrine Alton. Kent?
Ken Sawatsky, I want to thank everybody for being here no matter which side they're on. I'm in this chamber every single Tuesday, and as John Ford and other people know, it gets lonely in here sometimes. It's not lonely at all tonight. This is an interesting project. I started out by going to one of the first things to start looking at. First off, I was impressed, and I was considering being in favor of this project for a whole bunch of reasons, some of which have been expressed here. But the more I've learned, the less I'm in favor of it, and now I'm 100% against the project. I don't think these things can be mitigated. I've had a lot of people bring me research and done my own research on this, and I don't fly out of here much, but I go down to Mexico sometimes, and down in the middle of the desert, they have these things turning. There's nobody around. I'm sure they have effect. They're in some flyways or something like that, but the impact is minimal. Whereas on the opposite end of the spectrum up here, it's the most impact. As people have said, there's no comparison to this project, and that's because there's nothing that's impacted as much as this project would impact Mother Nature's land. I listen to the tribal people. They're the caretakers. I do have a little bit of angst with any project, and apparently you had timelines when people were contacted, but any contemplated project, that tribal to county conference should happen instantly, even an inkling of a project. It's not fair to these people for them to get this far in a project. Now they're saying we have all this time and money into it, and then to have all these objections coming forward. I listen to Mother Nature. Some people find that a little bit strange. Try to listen to Mother Nature. And my grandson, I think, is in 3rd grade, and he had an expression. He's autistic, and he had an expression, and it was not happening, Grandpa. Well, when I talk to Mother Nature and the people around here, I just have to say, as far as she's concerned, this project is not happening. And I'm sorry that these people wasted their time. I just think there's so many better places to have this project. We do have other alternatives we can develop. I'm into cogen, and a lot of people aren't, but rather than burning this stuff out in big piles in the woods and smoking up everything, why not take it and put it somewhere and turn it into energy where we have only 2% of the impact as far as the environment, even with a bad cogen plant. With current technology, I think it's even better than that. So anyway, I'm not in favor of this project, and as my grandson says, and trying to listen to Mother Nature, I think you're going to do the right thing. I think that it's being rushed through, and I think under these bases, it's just not happening. Maybe they'll have a better project they want to bring to us in a couple years or something, or whatever, but we're not in a rush here. I mosey through life, and we'll find other alternatives. We filter the air. They can't expect us to throw our share of our nature down the pathway that's going just for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker.
My name is Corinne Alton. I'm a member of the Wiyot tribe. I've lived out on the reservation all my life. We appreciate the opportunity to comment on the proposed wind farm project you're considering. We've submitted written testimony that explains the many legal deficiencies of the environmental review process and the reasons why the project should not be approved. Today, I want to highlight the main points of our opposition. It may seem odd that the Wiyot tribe opposes a renewable energy project in light of our stewardship of the environment that stretches back millennia. We support efforts to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, but when the cost of such projects is the desecration of our sacred and cultural places, that's a price that's just too high. Installing wind turbines at a place in our ancestral territory where prayer and ceremony take place surely cannot be acceptable. No one would suggest that any church property should be developed for energy production. It is painful for us to think about the desecration that will occur if this project is built. A few weeks ago, the city of Eureka returned Indian Island to us, which is the first step in healing from the trauma of our 1860 massacre. To see other lands in our ancestral territory defiled with the wind turbines will make healing more difficult. You don't need to approve this project. There are many alternatives that have not been adequately studied or evaluated. We know, for example, that offshore energy projects may be more reliable as sources of energy because ocean winds are more constant and not subject to changes in the weather on land. We know that the community solar projects can work. We are concerned that the objectives of this project were defined in a way that made these other feasible alternatives unworkable. There are other ways to meet the goal of the state's target of 100% zero carbon energy by 2045. We support that goal, but do not believe it should be achieved at the expense of destroying the Wiyot tribe's culture. We also note that the final EIR contains much new information that has not been adequately evaluated for its effect on the feasibility of mitigation measures. To comply with CEQA, the county should recirculate the EIR for additional comment and analysis. Also, the community should reinitiate consultation under AB 52 so that the tribe may thoroughly present its comments on new information. Finally, we are disappointed that the responses to our comment on the draft EIR did not adequately address our concerns. Too many instances, the response present conclusions while supporting analysis or documentation, or the responses were incomplete. CEQA requires a much more careful, reasoned response. The responses leave us with the impression that our comments and concerns did not receive the serious consideration due a sovereign Indian tribe. For the Wiyot tribe, the stakes could not be higher. The project will cause monumental harm that will last forever. If constructed, the project will deprive future generations of Wiyot people of a significant cultural place. Thank you for listening.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, please.
My name's Ani Knight. I'm a rancher down in Bear River from the other side that everyone else is represented here. These are my friends and neighbors that have spoken tonight saying that they are for it, and I'm not taking it personal that they're for it, so I hope they're not going to take it personal that I'm against it. I am a member of the Board of Directors of the Bear River Regional Resources Conservancy, and we sent a letter to the Board of Supervisors opposing this opposing this project. And I wanted to just present today to the commissioners on the Planning Commission that many of the ranchers in Bear River are not in support of this project, and we haven't been consulted, but that's not why we're against it. It's what we look at every day. My family's been there since the 1850s. And we look at, when I drive my son to school every single day, I look at that. I'm going to see that, and I don't think that it's a big enough resource even for his generation. So please keep in mind that a lot of people on the other side of the ridge are not in support. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker will be Sterling McWhorter, followed by Harriet Hill, Barbara Guest, and Ken Hoffman. Harriet Hill, Barbara Guest, and Ken Hoffman will be next.
Yeah, thanks, commissioners, for allowing people to, speak on such an important topic. This does, I'm not going to say it affects all of Humboldt County, but there is a lot of interest in it. One speaker came up and said half the county is against this project, and I would say he never gave me a call or called my wife, so if half is against it, that'd be me or my wife would be against the project. And a lot of the information presented is just not factual. So you guys have a lot of homework to do. They wouldn't do a full EIR on a project that hasn't been approved to even move forward as far as, incidental take report or, that wouldn't be done until the project would be, approved and in hand, and then they would go ahead and do some of those filings. There's a lot of things around the county that are eyesores. Personally, I think the casino up there is an eyesore. We live in Petrolia. My family has a cattle ranch there, and we own the top of Walker Mountain, which is the next ridge south of Bear River Ridge. And if the windmills get built, we're going to see them. I'm not against them. I'd be for the project. The restriction of land use in Humboldt County, and really especially California, but really around the nation, in 30 years, the wolves will be here, and there'll be predators on Lane Russell's cattle that are on Bear River Ridge, A lot of the ranch land is open space, and it's because we can, cut a few trees down, which is a little bit of a bitch to do anymore, to do that. HRC is getting protested all the time, and they're one of the greenest companies there is, trying to provide jobs. So, they have a plan by the state of California, which is the most restrictive timber harvest place virtually in the world. And, they still want to go up and protest and sing their songs, and they can do that. But they also, HRC and all us other landowners have the right to cut trees down and harvest timber and create jobs. They got leather on their feet and wood in their houses. So, you guys got a tough job, but, I think it is a good project for Humboldt County. It's going to create jobs, a couple $100 million in construction. And, half of the Humboldt County, I wouldn't say is against it. So I appreciate your time.
Thank you, Speaker. Harriet Hill, Barbara Guest, Ken Hoffman.
Thank you, Chairman and members of the Planning Commission. I'm very happy to be able to speak to you about this tonight. My name is Harriet Hill, and I want to start by saying that some of us say we need the project to do our part to produce clean energy. But this is the wrong place and the wrong developer. Wind power can be green when it's located on already degraded lands with infrastructure already established. Proper siting and sensitivity to the natural and human environment is the gold standard for wind farm placement. In contrast, this project is located in the midst of threatened bird habitat, close to a massive congregation of hoary bats, on Wiyot sacred land, and within close range of the cities of Rio Dell and Scotia. Nothing can offset the losses for the Wiyots, and the proposed mitigation for birds, bats, and their habitat will not do so either. The FEIR underestimates bird and bat losses, and its mitigation measures are inadequate. Wind farms throughout the U.S. include detection and curtailment systems when sensitive species are nearby. The FEIR does not recommend any curtailment for birds. For bats, windmills might be curtailed only after 2 years of mortality surveys, which may or may not be conducted using the most effective methods, which is trained scent dogs. The largest seasonal concentration of hoary bats in western North America is around 4 miles away from the project. This species has been shown to be severely impacted by wind farms. But because surveys at the proper height for hoary bats were minimal, the impacts to them remain uncertain, according to HSU professor Joseph Suzak, a bat expert who created the software for the acoustic study used in the FEIR. So Terragen's refusal to immediately agree to turbine shutdowns for bats is astonishing to me. Because bats fly only on low wind nights, this would cost them around only between 1% and 3% of their annual energy production, whereas 2 years with no curtailment could result in catastrophic losses for the bats. Second, accurate counts of the dead bats and birds under the windmills is absolutely key to appropriate mitigation. You can't mitigate if you don't know how many deaths you're mitigating for. And the FEIR does not commit to using scent dogs who can detect up to 6 times as many carcasses as humans. If Terragen operates on such a thin margin that they cannot afford proper pre- and post-construction surveys and the standard practice of curtailment, how can we trust them to carry out the mitigations they have committed to? I want to finish by saying our local environment continues to suffer from the impacts of industrial timber and cannabis. What will be the cumulative impacts to birds, bats, and other wildlife if we subject these sensitive areas to yet more major industrial development? Unfortunately, we'll not find the answer in this FEIR. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Next speaker, Barbara or Kin.
Good evening. My name's Barbara Guest, and I appreciate this additional 3 minutes. Last week, I spoke about the second main cause of wind turbine failure, fire. I am happy to see that they found the Caithness report, but unfortunately, page 15 omits the fact that the report is not comprehensive, meaning that the wind industry has underreported and been known not to report the fires and accidents. So this average of 19 is pretty false. They also compare it to the oil and gas industry, which I don't know of any oil and gas proposals for Monument Ridge, but I don't think that that's a good comparison. You can stretch it. There's more fatalities by wind turbines than any nuclear power plant ever had. So let's go to tonight's. I want to say that what we have here is the perfect storm, or at least a trifecta of sorts. The desecration of Indian cultural land, the destruction of animal and bird habitats, including proposed death toll, fire risk that cannot be mitigated to less than substantial, even with a written fire safety plan. I believe this project will irreversibly harm Humboldt. Okay. Last week, Nathan showed a PowerPoint showing fire is rare. However, in 2015, a major insurer of wind turbines used their own fire loss data in order to produce a report, and that report was called Towering Inferno. I doubt this would have happened or been done if fire is rare. I, for one, want to know how Stantec independently analyzed the fire risk pertaining to this project. It appears no analysis was performed, and by only taking the developer's word, makes this final environmental report unreliable, flawed, and in my opinion, tainted. As we heard last week, garbage in, garbage out. I'm concerned that not only is this project being rushed, but it's being forced on the people of this county. The perception is that the county, John Ford, has pressured Stantec to complete the fictional document because the developer wants it before year end. I'm going to skip ahead here to say, last month, the county gave the Indians back their island, only to propose desecrating their cultural lands on Bear River Ridge today. It is time to stop screwing the American Indian. It is time to start listening to the American Indians. 47 turbines in Humboldt will not stop the polar ice cap from melting. 47 turbines in Humboldt will not help the millions of people that will be displaced by rising sea levels. And 47 turbines in Humboldt will not reduce your electric bill by 1 penny. Think globally, act locally is a great bumper sticker, but destroying what makes Humboldt Humboldt is not the answer. Remember what the cash cow is in Humboldt.
Please summarize, please.
It's not the timber industry nor the cannabis industry, it's the tourist industry. And millions of tourists come up here not to see man-made wind turbines, but to see God-made trees. One fire is all it's going to take, and they'll take Route 5, not the 101. Thank you for your consideration, and hopefully this commission is independent. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Hold the applause, please, please. We don't need to have some intimidation or having biases placed on others, and be considerate of both points of view, please. There's been some excellent testimony on both sides, and please be considerate. Ken Hoffman, and he will be followed by Jennifer Olson, Eddie Koch, and Ellen Zanzi. Jennifer Olson, Eddie Koch, and Ellen Zanzi. I hope I got those right. Go ahead, Ken.
Thank you. Ken Hoffman, resident of Humboldt County, some 40 years now. This project does nothing to further energy independence for Humboldt County. It connects to a grid that PG&E does not even have the resources to cover their existing liabilities for the damage, injury, and death that their grid has caused. Centralized power generation and dangerous power transmission is going to become a thing of the past. It's very clear that California is heading that way. We just passed a state law that virtually all new construction is going to have to include solar panels. That is a clear indication the grid is not the future. I want to talk a little bit about just the deficiencies of this document for a second. I echo most, if not all, of the comments that you've heard already, spelling out the numerous deficiencies of this document. A classic example is figure C5 that pretends to show murrelet stands in relation to temporary and permanent disturbance, as if murrelets could only be disturbed in their stands. Murrelets fly between these stands, and they fly between these stands and the park. And there is no legitimate analysis of the impacts of those birds from the Gentile, this permanent structure that's going to be in their way forever. Really, it's astonishing to me the exponential level of impact that this project is proposing, and the way this county is going through and assessing this as if it's just another project. We're talking about 47 3.5-acre cement pads 10 feet thick for a 30-year project. Those pads will be there for centuries. I doubt seriously that the grid will survive another 30 years. The main problem with this document, though, is actually mentioned by Mr. Basic, and that is that you don't have a consultation from the National Marine Fisheries Service. You don't have a consultation from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. You don't know if your impacts to marbled murrelets or listed fish are anything as disclosed in this document, and therefore you have no idea if the mitigation is even remotely adequate. This project and this document needs to wait until those consultations are complete. By the way, this is a privately funded project on private land that needs an incidental take permit to take listed species for 30 years. Where is the HCP? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Jennifer, Eddie, or Ellen?
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Olson. I'm an environmental scientist with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife. Those of you in this room who know me, you know I don't usually sound like this, so please bear with me. I am recovering from a cold. I'm going to try to get through this, though. The state and the department recognize the importance of developing new renewable energy sources that reduce greenhouse gas emissions and prevent the catastrophic impacts of climate change, while ensuring that renewable energy facilities are sited and operated to minimize significant impacts to wildlife. The department appreciates the county's coordination and requests for input from us. This consultation has resulted in several changes to the project aimed at minimizing impacts to fish and wildlife, including northern spotted owl, marbled murrelets, and bats. However, several concerns remain with the project's potentially significant impacts related to long-term turbine operations on birds and bats, the lack of monitoring of those impacts, and that feasible mitigations for these impacts were not included in the final EIR. Therefore, the department recommends that the county consider the following as conditions of approval. A minimum 5-year operational mortality monitoring plan approved by the department prior to the start of operations that covers bats and birds, including raptors. Establishment of a technical advisory committee, or TAC, for songbirds and raptors in addition to the bat TAC, comprised of avian subject matter experts who would have defined responsibilities to review the annual bird mortality monitoring results and to recommend feasible adaptive management strategies or mitigations if certain passerine bird and raptor mortality thresholds are exceeded. If the project is unable to be sited and operated in a manner that avoids take of fully protected raptor species such as peregrine falcon, golden and bald eagle, and white-tailed kite, the only mechanism available to authorize that take would be a natural communities conservation plan pursuant to Fish and Game Code 2800. The department also recommends a higher turbine cut-in speed at the onset of operations to minimize bat mortality. This is important given the risks associated with operating near an important location for hoary bats and the projected declines of this species due to wind development. We also recommend that the project utilize a lower bat mortality threshold to trigger operational adaptive management. As proposed, the project could result in take of nearly 8,000 hoary bats over the life of the project without triggering operational adaptive management, which could cause population level decline for the species. Finally, for the marbled murrelet, the department recommends the project implement a precise and targeted curtailment strategy during the bird's breeding season peak transit period. The final EIR includes a bat seasonal curtailment strategy indicating that certain curtailment regimes for the project are feasible. As an analog, we've heard that the Skookumchuck Wind Project's habitat conservation plan requires seasonal curtailment to minimize marbled murrelet take, which also indicates the feasibility of curtailment as a mitigation. Thank you for bearing with my voice and letting me go a little over. The department is available in the future to answer questions and continue consulting.
Question for you, if you don't mind. Are these new mitigation proposals and suggestions, or have they been previously submitted during the consultation or referral period with the department?
I should have mentioned that almost all of these comments reiterate our comments from our notice of preparation letter and draft EIR letter, We did have some subsequent meetings with Director Ford where we talked a little bit about the bat mitigation. And so that recommendation was a result of that meeting, which happened after our draft EIR comments.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Eddie or Ellen?
Ayakui, hello. My name's Eddie Koch. I'm a Yurok tribal member. I grew up on the Yurok Reservation about 3 miles from the village where my grandmother was born. Moved to Eureka in 1989. I've been here ever since. I'm also the Director of Natural Resources for the Wiyot tribe. I speak on behalf of the tribe today, but my personal sentiments are echoed here. The tribe vehemently opposes both certification of the EIR and approval of the wind project. Certification is not justified because the process has been riddled with legal deficiencies. Approval of the project and issuance of permits for its construction should be denied because the EIR acknowledges that harm to tribal cultural resources cannot be mitigated. The harm will last forever. The tribe is alarmed about the prospect of this project being approved because there are feasible alternatives to the project that would avoid harm to the tribe's cultural resources. This project will permanently and irreparably harm one of the most important sacred sites in the Wiyot cultural landscape. The EIR should not be certified because of 2 legal deficiencies. 1, significant new information added to the EIR requires recirculation for further public and resource agency comment and for further consultation with the Wiyot tribe under AB 52. Just one example, significant new information regarding carbon sequestration due to loss from vegetation removal was added to the EIR, including an annual carbon sequestration loss of 4,195 metric tons of CO2 per year. This new information regarding carbon sequestration shows a reduction in net greenhouse gas emission benefits from the project. Recirculation of the EIR is required for this significant new information about carbon sequestration and reduction in greenhouse emissions benefits. 2, the responses to the tribe's comments on the draft EIR are cursory, conclusive, and incomplete. The responses did not provide sufficient information to allow for an informed decision by the county. As a result, they are legally deficient and cannot serve as the basis for certification of the final EIR. The comments and responses are too lengthy here to recite. Please see our written comments. Lastly, there are feasible alternatives to this project that would avoid desecration of the Wiyot tribe's cultural resources. However, the final EIR is structured in a way that makes those alternatives less attractive by comparison to the preferred alternative. The final EIR sets forth objectives that are tailor-made for the project under consideration. In other words, the objectives of the project were written in a manner that strongly suggests only this particular project will satisfy most of them. For example, if one of the objectives is to develop a wind project that is feasible to finance, then any other green energy projects by definition will not meet that objective. Another example, if one of the objectives is to develop a wind energy facility close to existing transmission lines, then only a land-based wind energy project will satisfy that objective. Developing a wind energy project to take advantage of a federal tax credit expiring at the end of this year, by definition, will preclude other renewable energy projects. Just a couple more things. Sorry to take advantage of my 3 minutes. Foreclosing alternatives in this artificial way does not allow the county to decide in good faith whether to approve this project, nor does it allow an informed decision about whether there are alternatives that would eliminate permanent harm to the Wiyot tribe. In fact, there are other feasible alternatives that should be studied before a project that will desecrate the Wiyot culture is approved. 2 of them are included in the FEIR, although neither is robustly evaluated. Even a cursory examination of community solar projects and offshore wind projects would show that they would likely meet many of the objectives of this project. It is not necessary that an alternative meet all of the objectives of the project. The final EIR's dismissals of these alternatives as infeasible is not supported by substantial evidence nor reasonable analysis. For these reasons and all of our submitted reasons, the Wiyot tribe asks that you not certify the FEIR and that you disapprove this project.
Thank you, Speaker. Hold the applause, please. Ellen is next, and then Gail Coonan, Mary Sanger, and Linda Bird. Gail Coonan, Mary Sanger, and Linda Bird. You will follow Ellen.
Good evening, Chair Morris, Commissioners, and Planning staff. My name is Ellen Zanzi. My husband and I own 200 acres in the upper watershed of Bear Creek, southwest of Stafford. The property has been in my family's ownership since the 1950s. The property is used for livestock grazing, timber production, and family recreation, and includes a ranch house and 3 barns. We are completely surrounded by HRC timberlands. Access to our property is by way of Jordan Road. The project calls for 27 wind turbines to be placed on adjacent HRC timberlands. Many of these wind turbines will be in our view shed, but 2 wind turbines proposed on a ridge northwest of our ranch are of great concern to us. One is within 1,200 feet of our ranch house and 800 feet of our water source for both domestic and livestock uses. We are in ground zero. The visual impact is significant. There is no mitigation for a wind turbine placed 1,200 feet from a residence. New source of substantiated light or glare is significant. Since our ranch is in a commercial aviation flight path, FAA will require flashing white lights operating during the day and flashing red beacons operating at night. Construction-related drainage and water quality effects is considered less than significant by staff. Our concern for the aquifer located 800 feet from the wind turbine construction pad is not only during the construction period, but for ongoing effects from ground vibrations occurring once the wind turbines are in place and operating. These vibrations could destroy the aquifer that supplies water to our residents and the majority of water for livestock on the ranch. If this water supply is destroyed, it can never be replaced. Experts recommend that wind turbine setbacks from a residence be at least a half a mile to over 3 miles. Operators are told to stay at least 350 to 1,300 feet from an operating turbine unless absolutely necessary. The height of a wind turbine in this project is equivalent to a 46-story building with 38 stories of rotating blades. For access to our ranch, we will have to travel extremely close or under 2 wind turbines. This is not safe. This project will make our residents unlivable by placing wind turbines within 1,200 feet. It is impossible to mitigate the impacts to our property with the proposed wind turbine layout. We respectfully request that you condition the TerraGen project to include a 1/2 mile buffer or setback around the property known as Harrow Prairie Ranch to exclude wind turbine placement and other construction-related activities. The no construction buffer to be measured from the property line, not from any building, residence, or other ranch feature. If the proposed FEIR is approved with the placement of wind turbines near our house and property line, we consider it to be taking the livability, use, and enjoyment of our property by a public agency for the benefit of a private corporation.
If you could summarize, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to put our comments into the record. I have provided the 14 copies.
Thank you, Speaker. Gail, Mary, or Linda?
My name is Gail Coonan, and thank you for the opportunity to express my thoughts on the TerraGen project. I'm a California native and have lived in Humboldt County for 35 years and feel very fortunate to be in this beautiful and unusual place. By the response from the community to this project, there are hundreds of people who care deeply about this place we call home. I have heard my neighbors express their concerns about the project that include many of the same things I also don't want to see disturbed or even killed due to the nature of this enormous project. It is not the perfect solution because there is no perfect solution to the climate crisis that is destroying the world we, being all animals, plants, air, water, etc., live on. But I think most people here today realize we cannot wait any longer. Just in the last week, parts of the U.S. are being blasted by an Arctic cold front, while Queensland and New South Wales, Australia, is burning up due to the prolonged drought, destroying, at this point, 150 homes and killing 3 people. people from island nations have needed to relocate due to the sea level rise encroaching on their ancestral homes. We are not alone in this catastrophe. We need to think globally because we are all one world, one people. I support TerraGen even as an imperfect solution because it is part of the bigger solution that will help get us off extracting oil and gas to run the world. We need to explore and start to implement other technologies such as wind turbines offshore and mini solar grids and get them in place soon. As well, I urge you to continue to work on mitigations to objections raised. And I'll just add, I've heard a lot of issues raised, and to really sincerely support this project, I would really hope that you would work to make the mitigations. We can view TerraGen as a terrible sacrifice to the environment or see it as a gift to the world. As individuals, we're all guilty of using fossil fuels to fuel our lives. What can each one of us do today to lessen our use of these carbon-emitting fuels? Supporting TerraGen and other renewable and clean energy sources is more important now than ever before. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Mary or Linda?
Good evening. I'm Mary Sanger. I'm a 45-year resident of Humboldt County. I actually moved to Humboldt County from LA as part of the Back to the Land movement. And there's a lot of what opponents are saying that really rings true to me. I'm a member of 350 Humboldt, and our position on the wind farm is that we are in favor of it. We're hearing a lot over these last 2 weeks about the passion and emotion that people feel about this project. And what I want to bring forward, as many people have brought forward, is the enormity of the problem that we're facing in the world. Now, there was some talk about fire, and fire is one of the things that we face as a state that is a result of climate change. Now, we can also point fingers at PG&E and their lack of adequate care of transmission lines, or we could also say that people shouldn't build in the edge between forest and urban areas. And I know a lot of people would disagree with that. I disagreed with that. At this point, because of climate change, because of the devastating fires that we're having on an annual basis now, people are losing their lives, they're losing their property, and everyone is at risk. So, just like Gail was saying, I really hope that you institute every mitigation that's possible. As I read the environmental impact report, I see that they have put into place a number of mitigations. And I think that the staff has done a terrific job of putting together this draft this final EIR. So I hope strongly that you'll take a positive view towards granting the permits for this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Linda is next, and following Linda, Kathleen Becker, Donna Wright, and Walt, and I can hardly read their last name, but I believe it's Panic, P-A-N-I-A-K, Walt Panic. But Linda, go ahead.
I'm Linda, from a concerned citizen from Eureka.
Just pull it down.
And I'm just quoting from the North Coast Journal from November 14th article, Green versus Green. They said the California Energy Commission with the California Department of Fish and Wildlife came up with a rating system for energy project sites, with 1 being great, like ones with existing wind turbines, and 4 being terrible because the site's pristine and home to endangered species. Number 4 sites are deemed inappropriate for wind energy development. Well, the project site, Bear River and Monument Ridge, was deemed a Site 4. And to me, that's enough of a reason to deny this project and look for a more suitable site if there is actually one in Humboldt County. Please consider what a jewel we have on Bear Ridge and do not let it be destroyed by a rush to deal with the climate crisis. What we lose in the process is far, far greater than whatever marginal gains we might accrue in Humboldt County. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Kathleen Becker, please.
Hello. I've lived in, yeah, here we go. You got me? Yeah. I've lived in Humboldt County for 40 years. I currently live in Eureka. And I'm going to put my 2 cents in. I've heard some wonderful, wonderful statements, and I'm not ever going to get near that. But I'm going to say environmentally, this project is a proposal that sounds to me like robbing Peter to pay Paul. And it proposes to culturally destroy an ecologically invaluable site, and the list of negative impacts is very long. Peter's getting mashed, and the benefit to Paul is looking kind of scant. It comes down, like most human endeavors, to money and values. Making a decision primarily on financial incentives is the reasoning that got us in this climate crisis to begin with. So let's turn the page on that. What do we value in Humboldt County? We aren't here for the shopping. Do we value the culture and the history of our First Nations people? Do we value our small towns, the agrarian economy, our natural beauty? Everybody got their list. Do we value the sacrifices that have already been made to protect the endangered species that live here? What price can be put on the diversity of wildlife and the balance it requires? There is so much wrong in this project. I urge you to deliberate wisely and to deny this conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Donna or Walt?
I've just been asked, apparently there was some people that have been here longer than me wanting to speak, so I promised them that I'd bring that to you. My name's Donna Wright. I'm the President CEO of the Greater Eureka Chamber of Commerce. Upon joining the Chamber, I firstly visited our mission statement, being the Greater Eureka Chamber of Commerce is an organisation of members that promotes and advocates for trade, commerce, jobs and tourism. With this in mind, in 2018, our Business and Industry Chair, Steve Lafferty, and I attended the Global Climate Action Summit in San Francisco. In particular, a breakout session, Chambers for Innovation and Clean Energy. As part of the Global Summit, the San Francisco Chamber of Commerce and CICE hosted a lively interactive discussion featuring local chamber CEOs from different parts of the country, both urban and rural. At this session, we learned how local chambers around the country are helping their members and businesses and communities engage and prosper in the clean energy space. We also explored how local chambers can help create more resilient communities, work together as we confront more extreme weather events. This was important to us, understanding that our community is in a remote area and there was already great work being done by Blue Lake Rancheria in engaging in solar power. There was also discussion then on both onshore and offshore wind projects. We wanted to be prepared and understand what that would mean for our community and our economy. We came away with a much better understanding of how supporting renewable energy can support a positive economic growth, both via installation of these projects, creating new jobs during the construction process, and ongoing maintenance. There's also documented growth in communities that had embraced the clean energy movement. Small and large businesses and individuals that live in those communities are drawn. Even if outside contractors are brought in initially, there would be income coming into our communities via hotels, restaurants, local services. And in addition, there would be an economic boost via taxes. It also continued the push for the economic revival of our working harbour by bringing the components of wind turbines. Terrigen and others have identified that this is the time and Humboldt County is the place. The Chamber supports clean energy and believe that there is no better time than now. To close, I'd like to share that in light of the recent public safety power shutoff, it's heightened the need for locally produced energy. This would contribute to the goal to move forward to that lack of reliance on fossil fuels and by moving towards being carbon neutral. And this can only happen by working together.
Thank you, Speaker. Walt is next, and following Walt will be David Grant, Jess Barger, and Nancy Ihara, if I have those right. David Grant, Jess Barger, Nancy Ihara.
Thank you, Commissioners. Walt Paniak from Arcata. I concur with the Wiyot Tribe's recommendation that the project be denied on grounds of unmitigated impacts to areas of cultural importance. The introductory paragraph referencing comments to the EIR said unsubstantiated references should not hold sway. Expert testimony should be used. I would like to add a comment on the treatment of indigenous peoples delivered by the U.S. Indian Affairs Commissioner John Collier, an expert with resources and knowledge. Quote, "They were totally deprived of their land rights. They were outlawed and treated like wild animals, murdered, enslaved, and worked to death, drawn back to total barren vastness, and died of starvation. Their life was outlawed and their whole existence condemned." Close quotes. Transgenerational trauma in terms of physical, psychological, and financial exists to this day, and we must do what we can to relieve that trauma. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. David Grant, Jess Barger, or Nancy Ihara.
Good evening. Thanks for letting us speak on this topic. I'm very much against this project. I very much love this area, and I feel like industrializing it is going to be the worst thing that we can do. I believe there's other options. I myself have been fighting this project. I fought the Shell project. People have given me a hard time because I am on the grid, but I just found an outlet. I just had a contract with Tesla Solar for no money down. I'm getting a 6.4 kilowatt system with an EV charger, and my monthly payments are going to be the same as my power bill. And so it's possible. We can all do this. And I'm curious if any of you make your own power. I mean, are the people making these decisions also on the grid? Are they making an effort? I put the word out to the county supervisors about this program. I got word back from only one person, and he said he couldn't do it because you'd have to cut down some trees. You know, and it made me worry about this place. I really hope that you consider preserving what we have, because once this project goes in, that's it. It's the beginning of the end. I mean, just more turbines will come in, even though they say they won't, they will. I have a petition of 400 people that have signed with comments. I can email it to you. I wasn't going to print out 14 copies of a 47-page petition, but thank you for your time.
Thank you, Speaker. Jess or Nancy?
Good evening, and thank you for the opportunity to make my public comments in person tonight. My name is Jess Barger, and I stand here in solidarity with the Wiyot tribe in opposition of this project. I would like to acknowledge that we stand here today on Wiyot territory as we discuss the potential desecration of their high prayer site, as well as the destruction of important environmental resources. The experts have already explained why the ecological impacts are unacceptable. These are resources that work together in ways we are only starting to understand, and they do that to support us all. I feel that the EIRs that have been prepared are inadequate, and the impacts to socio-ecological systems are unjust because of my undergraduate degree in wildlife management and my current studies as a master's student in human-wildlife relations. I hope that you listen carefully to the people who will be the most negatively affected by this project with open and empathetic hearts. If Terrigen truly had Humboldt County values in mind, they would understand why we oppose this project. We value healing and real solutions to our problems, not a rush-through Band-Aid solution that will continue to degrade cultural resources and put our natural resources at risk. Let's not repeat the mistakes of the Klamath Dam. Let's not undo the symbolic act of returning Tuluwat. You cannot put a price on religion. You cannot compensate spiritual loss and trauma. Yes, future generations need clean energy, but because this project will leave behind a mess that my generation will have to take care of, it is not clean. I am the future generation. I do not think this is the right decision, and I am not so entitled to think that my desires warrant this level of destruction. We can do better than this. We owe it to the Wiyot people. We owe it to the plants and the animals that support our economy and our lives. We owe it to the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Speaker. Just hold the applause, please. Jess Barger, and following Jess will be Amy Guston, Justin Harden. Jess Barger, Amy Guston, Josh Harden.
I just went. I'm Jen.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Amy Guston, Justin Harden, Jeremy Juzin. Amy Guston, Justin Harden, Jeremy Juzin. And I had previously called Barbara Kennedy and Howard Russell, and so if they are in the hearing radius here, Barbara Kennedy or Howard Russell, you may also come. I called you quite a while ago. Go ahead. Go ahead, Speaker.
Hello, my name is Jeremy Jensen. I'm here because I'm a forest defender. I've been living in Humboldt County since 1998. And as one of the previous speakers mentioned, there's a lot of controversy over the logging on Rainbow Ridge these days. And I think that's why you haven't seen a lot of Earth Firsters show up to events like this. But I think the project should have been stopped immediately once people realized that the Wiyot tribe was opposed to it. And the devastation to the wildlife is really serious. They're talking about, well, most of the birds that are going to be killed are the most common ones. So what does that say about the golden eagles? There's not that many left. And most of the golden eagles in Humboldt County, from what I understand, are in the Monument, Bear River, Rainbow Ridge area. So I think it's pretty significant, and the project needs to be put to a halt. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Amy or Justin?
I think we need to think about what are our goals. Is it to preserve a highly consumptive and wasteful lifestyle at any cost? Or is it to keep the earth habitable for humans and all of the species who live on Earth? We need to remember that climate change is not the only threat to life on Earth. We are also in the midst of an extinction crisis. If we continue to move forward on projects like this one that sacrifices habitat and wildlife, the Earth will still become uninhabitable for us anyway. We depend on other creatures, the plants and animals, for our survival. We don't have a biological need for the electricity that would be generated by this plant. But all animals and plants need habitat, and habitat loss and degradation is the leading cause of extinctions. We need to move forward with solutions that also preserve habitat and wildlife. When we act, we need to remember that the world around us is a community that we belong to. It's the community that gives us life.
We need to stop thinking of the world as resources that exist for us to use. That's the kind of thinking that has brought us to the brink of catastrophe. And finally, it is immoral and unacceptable to ask the Wiyot to shoulder any more sacrifices. Respect the Wiyot, respect their sacred sites, and reject this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Justin is next, and following that will be Lucia Ribs, Kelly McGittin, and Richard Engel. Handwriting is tough to read.
My name is John Harden, and I'm a resident of Humboldt County, and thanks for hearing our comments. Species of all kinds are in severe decline right now, and the extinction crisis is an even greater existential threat than climate change. Biologists, specifically E.O. Wilson, have let us know that if we focus on preserving biodiversity and habitat, we will solve the climate crisis. But if we continue to sacrifice biodiversity and ecosystems in focusing on the climate crisis, we aren't going to solve either problem. So that's one problem. The ecosystems, and again, these animals are suffering for reasons that are poorly understood. And ecosystems function as an organism. And these kinds of impacts are likely to have a lot of impacts that we can't predict. From catastrophic fire to population collapse, there are a lot of the environmental impacts predicted are grossly inadequate to what we've got on the hands. Also, our alternatives have been given really short shrift. Conservation is the cheapest way of offsetting new generation, the necessity of new generation. We could have gotten smart meters that would give every homeowner direct real-time access to know how much energy they're using. And that would have helped people reduce their energy consumption and realize how much they're using. Conservation is the cheapest way to do it. And solar, the estimates for solar were really disingenuous too. We're not going to use all that energy, so we shouldn't have to put up all the solar panels that are necessary. And the combination of more rooftop solar and conservation could easily offset the necessity of building this new production. And then finally, these people, Energy Capital Partners, these are the people who gave us global climate change to begin with. They're the people who created the problem, you know, and they're not going to stop. They're not going to stop. They're going to use these energy offsets to do more drilling in Alaska and build more coal-fired power plants. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Lucia, Kelly, or Richard? Lucia, Kelly, or Richard?
Hi, my name is Lucia Ribisi. I'm a 22-year-old undergraduate student, and even I can tell that the science of this project is biased in support of private profit. The dismissal of sacred value by saying that you're going to go ahead with this project despite the voices of the Bear River and Wiyot tribes serves systemic racism. You have an opportunity to let go of that now. You have an opportunity to create, repair, to invite people in. Disempowering people in the name of your project is not how we're going to heal the earth from environmental harms. This project has a very short lifespan in comparison to the forests that will have to be cut down. And the point that you made about carbon sequestration really needs to be investigated. What if your God was wild? Mine is. I think we need to take that into consideration. And when I am sitting here hearing people speak against this project and hearing a response of many hoots and hollers, I hear the voices of the birds who will be killed by these wind turbines. Please take their voices into consideration now. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Kelly or Richard? Kelly McGittigan and Richard Engel.
So I think you'd have to be completely insane to fund a project that's going to tie into the PG&E grid at this time. I mean, like, it bursts into flame when you look at it funny, and that kind of freaks me out. I think the only reason it's being pushed through is so Terrigen can get those sweet tax credits that they can't get after December 31st if they don't break ground before the end of December. Excuse me. The EIR that was released just 10 days ago is way too much information for a normal working person in Humboldt County to absorb and respond to, but I'm working hard at it. What I have gathered is it's inadequate and incomplete. I have a ton of questions about it and no time to figure out the answers. If this project is pushed through before the end of the year, it's going to be breaking ground in the wet and rainy season. And that concerns me because we have so many landslides and so much erosion. And I see that it will be, the erosion concerns will be monitored. But I don't know what that means because, like, if a bunch of sediment clogs up Jordan Creek and, like, we just, okay, now we know about it. What happens after that? That's not addressed. And then this project is on top of sacred Wiyot land, period. And everybody feels really good about giving back Duluwat Island right now, and then just a few weeks later to be like, oh, but we're gonna take this and build a bunch of stupid windmills on it. It's just gross and embarrassing, and we can do better than that. And, you know, for the first time since Murder Mountain, Humboldt County was on the national news for giving back Duluwat Island. And we're going to be in the national news again if this project goes through for taking away sacred Wiyot land. And I don't want to see that as a person who lives here and loves it here. And that's pretty much all I have to say. Thanks for listening.
Thank you, Speaker. Richard Engel will be next, followed by Bruce Hitchko, Chet Ogon, and Jim Zellick. Bruce Hitchko, Chet Ogon, Jim Zellick.
I'm Richard Engel, Director of Power Resources with Redwood Coast Energy Authority. Our board chair, Michael Winkler, already addressed the commissioners earlier. I just wanted to let you know that staff is here in case you have any questions for us during your deliberations later. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Bruce Hitchko.
Hello, I'm Bruce Hitchko. I grew up in Humboldt County. I'm a retired educator, and I'm living in Eureka right now. First, I stand in solidarity with the Wiyot tribe in opposition to the Tierra-Gen project. Secondly, I stand in solidarity with Rio Dell and Scotia in their opposition to the Tierra-Gen project. And lastly, I stand in solidarity with the environmentalists and the wildlifeists in opposition to the Tierra-Gen project. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Speaker. Chet Ogon, or Jim Zellick. Chet Ogon, Jim Zellick.
Thank you, Commissioners, for allowing me to speak. My name is Chet Ogan. I'm a 40-year resident of Humboldt County. I was excited to hear the Tierra-Gen was coming to Humboldt County, but after seeing the mitigation measures for bats and inadequate amount of raptor surveillance, lack of curtailment to dealing with bats, I cannot support the project as it appears right now. If I would certainly like to see Tierra-Gen step up to the plate and look at proper mitigation for these animals. Global warming is a real thing, and the idea of this project for helping our power grid is something I really believe in, but I believe that this project is not what I can agree with. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Jim Zellick, and following Jim will be Austin Allison, Patrick Carr, Joanne Tippett. Austin Allison, Patrick Carr, Joanne Tippett.
Great. Good evening, Commissioners, and thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Jim Zolik. I live in Bayside, and I'm here in support of the Humboldt Wind Project because I think the benefits of this project will greatly outweigh the costs. This project makes sense for Humboldt County. I'm an energy research engineer who has worked in the renewable energy field for the last 29 years, and I've lived here in Humboldt County for the last 24 years and have been intimately involved in local sustainable energy planning efforts for our region. I was the lead researcher and author for both the Humboldt County Energy Element Technical Report and also the Repower Humboldt Strategic Plan. These reports made it clear that Humboldt County needs to invest in a diverse mix of renewable energy resources, including wind power. The development of wind energy in the Cape Mendocino area is one of Humboldt County's best opportunities for renewable energy development. If an onshore wind resource is to be developed in Humboldt County, this is where it must happen. It's where the resource is. The Humboldt Wind Project will provide a clean, renewable power source to help meet Humboldt County's energy needs. Even if some of the power is contractually sold outside the county, virtually all of the power generated will physically be consumed in county. That is simply the physics of the situation. It is important to note that Humboldt County must generate the majority of its electric power locally. The major transmission lines that we're all very familiar with now that they shut them down twice in the public safety power shutoffs, those lines coming from the Central Valley cannot meet our average demand, let alone our peak demand in Humboldt County. Their capacity is about 70 megawatts, our average demand is about 110, and our peak about 180. We have to generate power locally. Our current power mix comes from the natural gas-fired PG&E power plant and the 2 biomass power plants, with the remainder being primarily imported energy. The proposed Humboldt Wind Project will significantly improve this situation. It will lessen our reliance on the natural gas plant and on imports, and will significantly lessen our carbon footprint. The wind resource will be an important component of the Redwood Coast Energy Authority's cost-effective, local, carbon-free, renewable energy portfolio. In addition, with the recent public safety power shutoffs, it's become crystal clear that we need sufficient local power generation to meet our needs when we get disconnected from the larger California grid. There's some work to be done, but I'm certain that we will soon be able to island Humboldt County from the main grid and meet our needs with local power sources. The Humboldt County Wind Energy Project will be able to run when we are islanded, and it will substantially increase our local energy independence and security. Some people who oppose the wind project suggest that we should instead put solar panels on every rooftop in the county. While installing solar power on many of Humboldt's rooftops is a good idea, rooftop solar cannot realistically supplant the Humboldt Wind Project. The offshore wind project is also mentioned, but that is likely to be more expensive and challenging, many years off, and may never happen. The proposed wind project will not be without local impacts. There will be impacts to birds and bats, impacts to the
If you could
viewshed.
summarize, please, appreciate it.
Yes, and impacts to one of our local tribes. We should try to minimize these impacts. For the impacts that cannot be mitigated, I think they are far outweighed by the benefits the county will receive. The do-nothing option will also have significant impacts. Our climate is rapidly changing, and the impacts to our planet will be devastating. Our planet is literally on fire, and we need to act as quickly as we can to move to 100% renewable power. I ask you to support the development of the Humboldt Wind Energy Project.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you.
Austin Allison, Patrick Carr, Joan Tibbetts.
My name is Austin. I'm the council member of Eureka and vice chair of Redwood Coast Energy Authority. Today I'm speaking as a normal citizen. I want to shed light and perspective on what I fear are many missed points happening around the planet today and how these points should influence decisions made here locally. Humans, since the Industrial Revolution, have released an estimated 350 billion tons of carbon into the atmosphere, Meanwhile, the permafrost in the northern hemisphere is holding 1.8 trillion tons of carbon in the form of methane gas trapped in the ice. As long as the permafrost stays frozen, we are okay. But in factuality, the frost is melting at an alarming rate from global warming. At NASA's Jet Propulsion Laboratory, Dr. Charles Miller analyzed that thaw-induced carbon release from permafrost thaw could heat the planet up to 8 to 10 degrees centigrade in the Arctic by the 2100 timeline. Those temperature increases will tropicalize the planet, something that no human has ever experienced before. With tropics come deserts, and much of the northern hemisphere is at risk of desertification, including Humboldt County. With deserts comes soil death, which in turn will contribute to famines and mass migrations of people as they all struggle to survive across the planet. Native Americans in Alaska, the indigenous people of the Marshall Islands, and many others will lose their homes to sea level rise. Even the center of the world of the Wiyot people is at risk of vanishing beneath the waters of the ocean here in Eureka. Permafrost continues to thaw and melt to this day, and we are nearing an unstoppable timeline of immense ramifications to our planet and every living thing that inhabits this planet. If you are not terrified, you should be. This is why we must do everything we can all over the world to reduce our carbon footprints. Renewable energy is an attainable goal, and productions must be accelerated to reduce our carbon outputs to below the 350 parts per million of CO2 threshold to keep us from tipping the scales further. Solar is a fantastic energy resource, but it has its caveats such as lack of electrical inertia, which is why we must have a resilient blend of energy to reduce fluctuations from demand. Locally, we have an opportunity with the Terrigen Wind Project to provide inertia to our grid. RCA has committed to buy power that this project will produce, helping to power 40 to 60% of Humboldt County's energy needs. It is true that there can be an offshore project, but the project is more expensive and higher risk. It may not even happen. There is an attainable opportunity right now with some of the best wind resources available in the entire nation. As a public servant, I know all too well the stresses you are put under in decision making, but I hope that your decision comes from one of science and necessity. There are pros and cons to everything, and we are running out of time as our house burns down around us. I support projects like Terrigen, and I hope that similar projects happen in every community across the planet, because we have to. As the Earth enters its 6th mass extinction event, we must do everything we can to stop what we have done to the planet by existing in the first world. If it is not for you, think of your children and their children and all of the other life on Earth that needs our immediate action. To me, this project risks are more than acceptable for the good it will do. We can't wait any longer.
Thank you, Speaker. Patrick or Joan? And just for everyone's information, we are about 50% through the sign-up list that we've done tonight. So we'll take a recess here in about 10 minutes. But I would ask those who have spoken before to either please summarize your comments. A lot of the folks that I've heard here tonight spoke last time, and they said essentially the same that they said last week. And so for those who this is their first evening, who may have traveled many miles and spent a lot of time to get here, please be considerate, and if you spoke before, please be succinct and summarize. Thank you very much. Speaker, go ahead.
Okay. My name is Pat Carr, and to be honest with you, there is nothing that I'm going to say tonight that you haven't already heard, so I appreciate your patience with it. I would say, however, that my perspective might be somewhat unique. I am a strong supporter of renewable energy, and I'm aware that climate change presents us with grave disaster, potentially very soon, unless we're able to develop carbon-free energy sources. And solar alone, solar energy is not enough here in Humboldt County, given our limited solar potential and the grid problems that come up with that. So I would really like to be able to support this project, but I have to say that I can't. The project's impacts on birds and bats are simply too great. Now, I lack any technical biological expertise, but I've reviewed the California Department of Fish and Wildlife's response to the draft EIR. And as you may know, the CDFW has deemed the project site as being inappropriate for wind development due to unacceptable impacts on birds and bats. And I ask that you strongly consider the CDFW opinion. I think the project may have huge impacts on birds. At upper estimates in the draft EIR, more than 30,000 could be killed by it. A local extinction of raptors is possible. The proposed $600 donation per injured or dead raptor just will not do dead birds any good. The project site, of course, is close to Humboldt Redwood State Park, which supports a large seasonal population of hoary bats. Hoary bats are known to be in decline already from wind projects that are already in operation. The acoustic deterrence potential curtailment plan that's described in the final EIR requires the project mortality exceed a nationwide estimated midpoint of mortality per megawatt, even though this project site is atypical because it's a population hotspot for the hoary bats. But Terrigen also will not commit to using carcass sniffing dogs, which are a strategy that CDFW recommends to increase the accuracy of mortality counts. The FEIR does not describe timelines for moving from the first step, the acoustic deterrence, to a possible operational curtailment measure, weakening that. So these are just a couple of examples of what I view as the many weaknesses of the proposal. The Planning Commission, I believe, should take a look at the big picture of what trade-offs are involved in this development. We need renewable energy, but the risk is too great that this project, as laid out, will cost us crucial elements of our biological heritage. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Joan Tippett, and following Joan will be Susanna Gray, Rainbow Marjanovic, and Nick Zaburn. Susanna Gray, Rainbow Marjanovic, and Nick Zaburn, and after Nick, we will take a break. So go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Joan Tippett, and I was born in Eureka, and I'm glad to be back living here again. I would like to explain why I oppose the Humboldt Wind Energy Project, just briefly, and try to bring up some points that I think haven't been brought up. I think that what has been overlooked somewhat is the significance of the grasslands as a place where carbon is actually being sequestered. Okay, this grassland contains a large amount of carbon in the soil that would be released into the atmosphere when disturbed, and not to mention being displaced by large concrete platforms to support the proposed wind turbines. This would be in addition to the effects of making that concrete, a process that also emits massive amounts of carbon. We have not even spoken of the hundreds of acres of forest that not only is a carbon sink, if kept alive, would continue to draw CO2 into the from the atmosphere. Sorry. Even if the draft and final EIRs come up with numbers to show this project to be one role that Humboldt County has the opportunity of playing in alleviating the brunt of increasing carbon CO2 in the atmosphere. This loss of an important carbon sink would not balance that, and that to disturb, disrupt, and destroy that would be actually just, it doesn't make any sense. Replacing the grassland with large concrete footpads for wind turbines. Also, that would kill, as has been mentioned many times, birds and bats. Noise would affect other life as well. And the desecration of land sacred to the Wiyot tribe, after all they have suffered, also should not be condoned. This is a huge project that will have an enormous impact on wildlife and the people of the communities adjacent to the proposed project. It is unacceptable as a solution to global climate change or the need for green energy because it fails in that role. It would cause more harm than good. to spoil a place of great beauty forever and not actually solve any energy needs because it will not supply them. There are far too many unmitigable impacts for this to be a solution for Humboldt County, and is instead a project designed by outsiders to take from us and run, to create a huge carbon footprint, destroy an ecosystem, sacrifice a sacred site, adversely affect so many lives while at the same time increasing wildfire risk in order to generate less than 1/3% of California's electrical energy. That's just backwards thinking. It makes no sense except to the people who make money from installing it and have no responsibility for ever getting rid of the evidence later.
Thank you, Speaker. Susanna, Rainbow, or Nick? Susanna, Rainbow, or Nick?
My name's Susanna Gray. I'm from Eureka. And I hadn't heard anything about vertical axis wind turbines and the kind that use in Iceland. And I've heard about people using solar rooftop or recommending having a bigger solar rooftop presence. Well, these kinds of wind turbines can go in cities and next to solar panels, and they can be built in various sizes, and there are many experimental ones, but some, especially the ones in Iceland, are doing very well, and they don't require tons of concrete and gigantic cranes and trucks and noise pollution. They are very good about that, and so I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Rainbow or Nick?
Hello, thank you for having me tonight. My name is Rainbow Marjanovic, and I've been living in Humboldt County for the last 11 years. I moved up here from San Diego County. My husband and I have relatives down in San Diego area. They're in the East County in the high desert where there are wind farms. And I have spoken with them about this, and a big concern of theirs is the electrical power lines that go out from those turbines and how they affect all the animals on the ground. And with what they've noticed is that the migratory tracks on the ground and the animals, they don't travel that area because the energy is too intense. And I hear about the raptors, and I hear about the birds, and I also want to make sure our four-leggeds are involved too in everything on the earth. And last year I did talk to the Schultz Energy Lab about gasification, the gasification of plastic as an opportunity to create power. And I think that would be a really good thing to look at. Plastic is having a very bad effect on this earth. It's suffocating it. And for us to be able to help the earth in a way and help it heal in a way and make sure that we keep our carbon sink where it is. Thank you for your time. Have a great evening.
Thank you, Speaker. Nick?
Good evening. I spoke last time, but I have some other points I wanted to make. One, well, I hope everybody in this room looks up the website of the parent company of Terrigen, which is called Energy Capital Partners. You look at they have a list of the partners, and it tells you their careers. They all started either in Goldman Sachs, J.P. Morgan, Credit Suisse, Deutsche Bank, or Barclays, or other big banks. So they're all bankers, and they have $19 billion invested in 41 companies. These companies include gas-fired power plants, oil-fired power plants, oil and gas pipeline storage and drilling, companies that do construction for these kind of plants, coal-powered plants, metallurgical coal. They got oil and gas drilling in Alaska, and then they have Calpine, which is a company that wanted to build a liquid natural gas terminal in Eureka a few years ago. Thousands of people showed up in opposition. It's the same parent company. So the people that are coming up here arguing that this is going to help climate change, you really need to look at the capitalistic nature of this beast. And it's the same as the Shell wind project that was supposed to be on the same ridge. The Shell oil company wanted to build windmills to stop climate change, and it's like hypocrisy if you're working with Shell oil to say that you're stopping climate change. So all these people coming up here from 350 or whatever, you really don't have haven't looked at this side of the thing. And the other point I wanted to make is that someone came here from the Russ Ranch and said that they're surprised that the Wiyot tribe has never approached them about using the Bear River Ridge as their sacred site. I think that's there's a historical reason for that. That is sacred land. I urge everybody on this planning commission to go up there, and you will see why it's sacred land, because you can see for all the way to the ocean, and it's an amazing experience to be up there. Also, it is their land that was taken by genocide, and the Russ Ranch was established during the Indian Wars in that area, and so it's also land that genocide took place on.
Thank you, Speaker. We're going to now take a recess. But when we come back from the recess, Maureen Catalina, Janet Wolcott, and Ted Hernandez will be next. Maureen Catalina, Janet Wolcott, Ted Hernandez, and we will be back at about 8:15. Try and get back in session here. We've still got a long ways to go. Got a lot of people on the list. Some folks are leaving because they've given up, and we will do our best to get as far as we can tonight. So with that, we're missing, there's the director. With that, we will commence again, and Maureen Catalina, Janet Wolcott, Ted Hernandez, and what we're going to do, I'm going to close this public comment tonight at 9 o'clock. We had earlier asked the applicant if they wanted to rebut, they wanted to do or have a presentation on answering some of the questions and concerns they've heard. We will allow them to do that about 9 o'clock. And those of you who haven't had a chance to speak may have to be carried over until next meeting, and I will determine how we're going to do that. We have several of the Wiyot folks that are here to do a little presentation, and I'm going to have them come, they'll come up here in the next 4 or 5 people here, because a lot of the concerns, a lot of the discussion has revolved around their cultural concerns, and we would like to make sure that the commission hears directly from them. So with that, we'll go with Maureen Catalina, Janet Wolcott, Ted Hernandez.
Hello and thank you. I was here last week. I was the one who equated the human body in a crisis to taking a skin graft from your forehead instead of another region in your body. If you had a crisis to heal, I'm not against this wind energy, alternative energy. It's ridiculous to even think that we are. We know all the facts. We see the storms, the fires, the death, the destruction. We see it. We're well aware. But to put these wind turbines here is ridiculous for all of the biological, scientific, spiritual, ecological reasons that you've already heard. The sales pitch that we've gotten from Terrigen and the applicant are horrifying. Just the comments tonight, I can't even gather myself to respond to his comments tonight. Not enough contractors in Humboldt County to put in solar panels, but there's enough to do 47 600-foot monstrosities in some very quick fashion. There's plenty of people looking for work, as we all know. The revenue that they talk about, because money is the bottom line, we all know that. There's a huge oil company. If everybody cares about global warming so much, why would we feed into that system? We need to use our imaginations, and there's plenty new ideas out there. But the revenue alone for the 7 houses I own in Humboldt County, and I don't kill any birds. I do swerve for frogs. As a matter of fact, I can tell you how the wildlife is doing on my parcel at any given time because I'm out in it. I pay $25,000 a year in property taxes, which will add up to $750,000 in 30 years, and there, I will leave no structural atrocities behind when I go. The money is out there. We don't need it from this particular project, and it's almost ridiculous that we would consider that. The other technologies that are out there, I'm thinking we haven't even looked at them. There is a marvelous company called California Idea Lab, and they use kinetic energy. They actually use gravity, which is everywhere. They use concrete blocks that they drop with cranes in order to store and create energy. It doesn't kill anything. We need to explore the options that are out there if you want to be the true leaders of California, as the applicant was implying. Furthermore, the applicant in the hallway last week, as I stood out there and a local lawyer directly asked him, what would you do if the citizens of this community showed their full opposition to this project? Would that stop you? And his answer was no. So clearly, he doesn't care about how we feel, much less the science.
Thank you, Speaker. We have Janet Wolcott and Ted Hernandez. Go ahead.
Good evening. I think Humboldt County is being hustled, in both senses of the word. We're being rushed and we're being misled. In her November 7th Lost Coast Outpost editorial, Terrigen spokeswoman Natalie DeLapp told us, we've waited too long. And she tells us that keeping climate change under control will require radical systemic change at local, state, national, and international levels. I agree with that, but what she then goes on to advocate is more of the same kind of business as usual thinking and action that got us into the situation we're in. The implication is that we've grievously damaged our environment to the point that we face a climate crisis, and now we are obligated to rush to approve a project that would involve further destruction. Why are we being presented with this deadline? Environmental destruction happens fast, but restoration and recovery can take centuries, if not longer. We need to proceed carefully when contemplating a project that involves such large-scale disruption. In Monument and Bear River Ridges, we have a relatively intact coastal prairie And I urge anyone who hasn't visited there to go and listen to the meadowlarks while watching the raptors soar and the fog creep over the Pacific. This place is a treasure, both in an aesthetic, spiritual sense and in a practical sense. The grasslands and forests are beautiful and inspiring, as well as providing an essential wildlife habitat and a very effective carbon sink, not to mention an invaluable facet of an intact Humboldt County's long-term value as an attraction for tourists from around the world. TerraGen assures us that their project will provide a net gain in carbon sequestration. But if you look at the calculations made in arriving at this conclusion, you'll see that there are too many uncertainties for them to be able to make this statement definitively. And this project will not be operated in a controlled setting or a laboratory. There are wild animals involved as well as human beings in one of the most seismically active areas on the continent, in a locale long overdue for a very large earthquake. We have widely variable projections about how many birds will be killed, and this at a time when the U.S. bird population has declined 30% from historic averages. Nor do we know what effects will be, what the effects will be on this unique habitat of the noise, the lights, and the vibration associated with such an installation. The unspoken assumption behind the blind, docile acceptance of this deal, and that's what this is, it's a business deal, not a science-based environmental action, is that it represents progress, that these big city corporate guys know better than we the value of an intact Humboldt County.
Please summarize.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next is Ted Hernandez, and following Ted Hernandez will be Bonnie Blackberry, Adam Cantor, and Michelle Vassell. Following Ted will be Bonnie Blackberry, Adam Cantor, and Michelle Vassell.
Awalodimak, Ted Hernandez, tribal chairman for the Wiyot tribe. So as for the council, we are saying no to this project, but as well, I'm going to hand over the rest of my time to our elder, Cheryl Seidner, so she does not have to wait here any longer to speak.
Please restart the time.
And don't start it until I'm finished.
I hope you are quick. The security leaves at 9:30 tonight, and we need to be out of the building, but go right ahead.
But I was serious because I want to welcome you to Wiyot country. I want to welcome you and let you know that this is my ancestral land, our ancestral land. And we can't do this if I'm on a timer. So can you shut it off?
No, other folks have their ability. Now we're going to listen. We're going to listen to you, and you're wasting some time. So go right ahead and.
Oh, don't
please.
ever,
Sir. First of all, remember you sit on Wiyot land. This is my tribe's land. It was taken from us. You are not going to speak to my elder that way, even though I respect you as an elder as well. You will not speak to my elder that way.
So there's some things that you have to learn when you're in Indian country. And I was trying to do it very nicely, and you upset
I
my
meant
tribal
no
chair.
respect. I hope you didn't take it that way, but go ahead and continue.
However, I was going to welcome you to Wiyot country. And that is when my grandmothers taught me, is that you get up in the morning and you pray. And you pray from the 4 directions, and you go to the west. So you start in the east. So I welcome you. See, you got me. Duck Dene, Duck Kut, Duck Shurer, Duck Verer. I welcome you from all the directions. Welcome to my home. I've sat here and listened and thinking about what my grandparents would say, my parents would say. I always converse with my sister and my family. The abuse of the land. Have we not seen that? The Wiyot here has been here before America. I want you to really let that sink in. The Wiyots were here before America. That's not my quote. That came from another brilliant person. I'm not saying I'm brilliant, but we were here before America. And yes, we have, people have taken our land. I've heard people here who said they've been here for generations and generations and generations. My people have always been here from time immemorial. And we have stood by to watch our land be decimated, to watch our land cut down, clear cut, and overfished. I haven't got a salmon in the last 3 to 4 years because there's none to be had in the Eel River. Eels. All of this stuff that you may not think of your everyday food, that was my everyday food. Talking to the hawks as they fly by my land and they rest on my little piece of property. And you're going to put, looking at you guys now, and who's the other guy? You guys. You're going to put this concrete that's never going to go away. And for what? 30 years? And we have been here for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. And that's not going to go away. And we're only looking at it for 30 years. You really got to look at that. Yes, I realize I see on TV. I see all these things. And I just look at it, and we are a people. We need to be looked at as people, human beings. We are a part of the beings of this world. We have a world renewal ceremony that's coming up this next year in March. And I ask you to come to our island, come to Tuluwat, and be a part of it so that you know what culture is about. Huh.
Thank you very much. Bonnie Blackberry. Is Bonnie still here? She left? Okay. And Adam Cantor, Michelle Vassal, and I'm not sure whether this is two people on the same list or just an extremely long name. Hazel James, William Frank IV. Is that one person or two people? They're all on the same list here. Adam Cantor, Michelle Vassal, Hazel James, and/or William Frank.
Hello, Commissioners, Director Ford. Thanks for having me. Here representing the Wiyot tribe. I'll do my best. And, you know, I was really happy that Assembly Bill 52 came up earlier because it's an excellent addition to CEQA. It was passed in 2015. And it was passed to try to alleviate lawsuits from CEQA projects due to impacts on tribal cultural resources, which weren't being evaluated through the CEQA process. And in the wording of AB 52, they acknowledge that an impact on a tribal cultural resource is many times and most also an impact on a environmental resource. So very important here, and that's why we are finally able to stand up for lands within the ancestral territory. And I'm not going to talk too much. There's so much I could say. It's impossible for us to try to really tease apart the final environmental impact report, which is very deep but shallow. And I got a call this morning from Cassandra McClellan. She's a researcher at the National Wind Institute at Texas Tech University, also a graduate alumni of Humboldt State, and she said, I just found out about this Terrigen project, and I can't believe it. I'm completely shocked. And one of the biggest things that the county needs to look at is the absence of a decommissioning plan and the absence of a decommissioning bond for the project. If you look at most of Terrigen's projects, none are really located on ridge tops like this with steep drop-offs. And what happens is wind turbines aren't really designed to handle wind from multiple different directions, uplifts, thermals, stuff like that. And so while they say this is a 30-year project, these turbines are going to become fatigued within 5 to 10 years due to the conditions up there. There's also high salinity. And, the reason that Terrigen has formed the Humboldt Wind LLC is because they're not going to be here. They're going to be gone. They're not going to have the expense. It's going to go on this LLC, which is only liable for, $1 million? And then who's going to get stuck with the cleanup? It's about $200,000 to decommission one of these turbines. And what is Humboldt County going to do with the waste? The blades are not recyclable. We're talking hundreds of thousands of tons, hundreds of thousands of truck trips to get rid of this material. And HRC could also be liable if they're not careful. So I would really look into the decommissioning and the decommissioning bond and that aspect of the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Michelle or Hazel James and/or William Frank.
My name is Michelle Bassel. I'm the Tribal Administrator for the Wiyot Tribe. I appreciate the opportunity to testify on the proposed Humboldt Wind Energy Project. The Wiyot Tribe is a federally recognized sovereign Indian tribe. The tribe respectfully asks that you do not approve the construction of a project that will permanently and irreparably harm one of the most important sacred sites in the Wiyot cultural landscape. We call this place Sakiuit. When considering a statement of overriding consideration, please remember, California has enacted a wide variety of laws and policies that show the high value the state places on the protection and preservation of tribal cultural resources. We highlight a few examples here. SB 18, enacted in 2004, requires local governments, including counties, to contact, provide notice to, refer plans to, and consult with Indian tribes regarding proposed amendments to general plans in order to preserve and protect tribal cultural resources. The Native American Historic Resource Protection Act defines intentional desecration or destruction of tribal cultural resource or tribal cultural places as misdemeanors or felonies punishable by both fines and imprisonment. Several state laws, in addition to CEQA, require consideration of potential impacts of planned projects on tribal cultural resources. For major public works projects on state lands, archaeological surveys are required to determine impacts on such resources. Under CEQA, significant impacts to tribal cultural resources are considered significant impacts to the environment, which reflects the exalted status of such resources in the tribes or in the state's laws and policies. AB 52 requires public agencies to avoid damaging effects when feasible to any tribal cultural resource. The state legislature specifically found that state law needed to be improved because existing law provided only a limited measure of protection for sites, features, places, objects, and landscapes with cultural value to California Native tribes. AB 52, Section 1A. The benefits of the project pale in comparison to the paramount value the state places on protecting and preserving tribal cultural resources. I'm running out of time, so I'm going to sum it up. The Wiyot Tribe asks you that you do not certify the final EIR and that you disapprove the project. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Following Hazel James and William Frank will be Don Maddox, Kelsey Reedy, and Kyle Knapp. Don Maddox, Kelsey Reedy, and Kyle Knapp. You will follow Hazel James and/or William Frank.
I wanted to let you know that Councilwoman Hazel James and her son, William Frank IV, had to leave. So I'm hoping that you'll allow Councilwoman Linda Lang to take their place.
I will.
I want want to thank all of you for allowing us this time to speak. I am a 71-year-old Native American from the Wiyot tribe. I serve on the council, and as an elder, I try to give my best opinions on what things they can benefit from my knowledge. When Mr. Ford and Terrigen came out, Mr. Ford stated in a private conversation that he thought that this project was going whether we wanted it or not. This I took offense to, because to me, we don't want it. It's that simple. This project should not be approved. This project will change our land. It will change the redwood trees. It will change all that live on the land. Not enough study has been done on the birds, the trees, the animals, the soil even. You have not done enough on the effects of earthquakes. This project, from what I understand, is going to have lines to carry this, and it's going to be above ground. My God, common sense says if you live in a fire area, put it underground. None of this has been addressed, and I think you need to really think about what you're taking on. This project is not a simple thing. This is about money. And for your information, Blue Lake, Bear River, and the Wiyots are all in the same area. We are in Wiyot territory, all of us. I believe in global warming. I have known about it since I was a child. My parents told me about it. We used to have snow. We used to have glaciers that were hundreds of miles deep. This is not something that just happened. Yes, we may have sped it up a little bit, but it was inevitable. In closing, I would hope that you would really consider all the things before you say yes to this project. And I want you to think about what effect is going to be down the road, because that's the part that bothers me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Speaker. Don Maddox, Kelsey Reedy, Kyle Knapp. Don, Kelsey, or Kyle?
My name is Kelsey Reedy. I am the leader of several social and environmental community groups, and I'm also an employee of the county, but I'm here today on my own behalf. And I'm strongly opposing this project for many reasons that were already stated. All of these reasons are extremely valid, and I highly encourage y'all to read more about it and learn more about it. I want to mention a couple that really hit home for me, and that's not only how it's going to impact the birds, bats, and other wildlife, but how does it that some of the things about the project that are going to impact those things that we weren't really aware of. So the clear cutting, I know that it was said that no old growth is going to be cut in this, but the definition of old growth is what HRC determines as old growth, and so I encourage y'all to understand that. And then the lights that are going to be happening with that, that's something that personally it gives me a lot of paranoia about, because I can't stand lights. I can't sleep if there's any form of light. I have to black out all of my windows. So like I can't sleep because there's an LED street light outside of my house. Like things like that, if those impact us as humans, how do you think that's going to impact wildlife outside with a red flashing light during the night and then bright lights during the day? And then also the vibrations. I can't live in a house that has a smart meter because of the vibrations. I can't, like, you know, I know that I'm fairly sensitive as far as a human being, but plants and animals are also very sensitive, and they're not used to the impact that humans put on them and their environment. And I've lived here in Humboldt County for 10 years, which is nothing comparatively. But I'm from Paradise, California, and so I've really, I have witnessed a lot of what it is that climate change can do to us, and so I do think that now is the time to do something about it. But us joining in with another corporation to further colonize this land is not the answer. I think that it's really ridiculous, first of all, that we're even having this conversation when the Wiyot tribe has already asked us to not do it. I really think that we've done enough damage with them and their land and their culture, and I really just can't get over how we're even having this conversation. So there are many different alternatives. There are many things that we can do for climate change, but really this is a systems change. We need to decolonize, and we need to get away from capitalism. We cannot be sustainable in a system of capitalism. And so us partnering with another corporation that is tied in to the same system is not going to help us. So yes, we're in a climate emergency, but this is not the solution. And I encourage y'all to make the best choice and be a good ancestor.
Thank you, Speaker. Don or Kyle?
Hello, I'm Don Maddox. I live in Arcata. I moved here 20 years ago, retired here 20 years ago. And one of the reasons, the main reason I moved here was because there was still some wild land and wildlife in Humboldt County. I'm a backpacker, I'm a hiker. I go to the Arcata Marsh often through the week. And I can't believe this project is even being asked to put major wind power on a ridge that's basically a flyway, one of the biggest flyways, maybe the biggest on the West Coast. It just does not make sense to me. So as I say, I put 30,000 watts on my roof, you know. I believe in renewable energy, but I don't believe in a huge project like this for this county, or at least in the area that is being proposed. Please vote against this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Kyle, and following Kyle will probably be the last three for the night, which is Margie Plant, Daniel Noel, and Olivia Brock. Margie Plant, Daniel Noel, Olivia Brock. After these three, the applicant hearing the comments for the last two nights, they will have an opportunity to perhaps answer some questions and or produce some more responses in return for what they've heard. Go ahead, Kyle.
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Kyle Knopp. I'm the City Manager for the City of Rio Dell. As I discussed at your last meeting, the City of Rio Dell supports alternative renewable energy. We believe it's important. We've taken a lot of actions in support of that effort. No other city knows the peril of climate change like Rio Dell. In 2014, during the drought of 2014, the Eel River became so critically low that the city's water system nearly catastrophically failed. Nobody alive had seen anything like that. 5 years on, we've adapted and modified the system so that we will no longer be at risk, but that experience has left an indelible impression upon the city. We understand the urgency of climate change, but that urgency can be manipulated and stoked into a frenzy where I'm concerned that any other consideration is sidelined, as though this were somehow the silver bullet, like nuclear power plants were once in fashion. That would be a mistake. In fact, it would be 47 mistakes. 47 mistakes that are 650 feet tall. There are countless examples of mistakes made under the perceived pressure that action must be taken, no matter the consequence. We have a tendency to solve one problem, but then create a dozen more through that solution. This will be a legacy-creating project, taller and more impactful than any other this commission has ever considered. And so, given the scale and the impact of this project, why the rush? Is the rush in the public interest? was 4 days between the first hearing and the release of 900 pages of final EIR and 6,000 pages of comments really enough time? Why the rush? Where are the alternatives from county staff? The City of Rio Dell stands with the Wiyot tribe on this matter. Scotia, the North Coast Environmental Center, CDFW, and the list is quite extensive. Section 312 of the Humboldt County zoning regulations require this commission to find that this development and the conditions under which it may be operated or maintained not be detrimental to the public health, safety, or welfare, or materially injurious to properties or improvements within the vicinity of the development. Based on this rushed timeline alone, you cannot make this finding. Each tower requires 3 acres of graded and leveled pads for ongoing maintenance, acres and acres of graded ridgetops and earth-moving activities during the winter months. It was specifically requested by the project proponent and supported by this final EIR that grading occur during the winter months. The Rio Dell City Council has called this reckless and irresponsible. The city is not aware that the required stormwater pollution prevention plan has been prepared pursuant to the Federal Clean Water Act or the Water Board's Water Quality Order 97-03-DWQ regarding waste discharge requirements.
If you could please summarize.
For these reasons and more, as I've outlined in the correspondence, as the city has outlined in the correspondence, the City of Rio Dell opposes this project and recommends the no project alternative. Thank you for your service, Commissioners.
Thank you. Margie Plant, Daniel Noel, Olivia Brock. Margie, Daniel, Olivia.
Hi, my name is Margie Plant. I live in Pepperwood. I've lived there for 40 years. I went to Humboldt State. Jordan Creek is a familiar and beloved walk adventure. After commenting on the draft EIR and then reviewing the final EIR, my husband and I still support the no project option. We are educated citizens and our concerns are real. We do believe that the need to reduce the use of fossil fuels is immediate. However, the permanent destruction of this unique and beautiful area in our county will be significant and unavoidable. We believe there are better options for fossil fuel reduction or reaching RCEA's goals of 100% clean energy. A former speaker tonight mentioned energy conservation. It's very effective and a fast way to reduce our energy use. What about a county-sponsored education program? Maybe, possibly incentivized. I'm a retired educator. I believe in education. It does a lot. The county stated in the final EIR that many comments were opinions or speculation without substantial evidence. Even with the reduction in the number of wind turbines by TerraGen, the county's responses to the various stakeholder organizations, for example, California Fish and Wildlife and the Wiyot tribe, is disappointing to say the least. Debating the language, terminology of unacceptable versus acceptable in regards to the consideration of whether an environmental risk is significant and unavoidable can be classified as the experts disagree. If you have a gut feeling about something, it comes from more than a scientific aspect. It arises from your whole perception of senses and mindfulness regarding a place or a situation. That's what it is for us. Our family's experiences of enjoying time together along Bear River Ridge are unforgettable. We can't believe that we could lose this treasure with a Planning Commission's resolution to certify the EIR, adopt a statement of overriding considerations, and the adoption of mitigation and a monitoring plan, just like that. No more space on Bear River Ridge. That's what you are deciding for our county, for our citizens. I'm not convinced that providing scientific facts and evidence are the most essential points to present to you, commissioners. You guys are not taking that much risk. It's the legal and environmental risks and devastation that will eventually cost the county. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Daniel Noel or Olivia Brock?
My name is Daniel Noel. I'm an HSU student. I'm 22, and I do work with Humboldt Sunrise Movement. National Sunrise Movement and Humboldt Sunrise Movement are in support of a just transition to 100% renewable energies and creating good jobs in the process. This project is not the project, and I stand in solidarity with the Wiyot and other local tribes in opposition to this project. That alone should be enough to deny this project. In the final EIR report, one of the commenters for the Wiyot stated that this project directly contributes to the genocide of the Wiyot, and that it's completely inappropriate in that sense. Additionally, proponents of this project talk about carbon sequestration. Trees sequester carbon and produce oxygen. Turbines do neither. They're simply a less pollutive alternative to energy production. They also talk about the future given the global climate crisis, and I'm here to tell you that protecting ecosystems is more important than renewable energies. Why are we looking at corporate projects for Humboldt County? It's very clear that people on either side of this issue know a lot about our county and care to create renewable energies. And I think it's the responsibility of the RCEA and other officials to create the space for community design solutions, especially using less energy, one option which is rarely mentioned. If you're worried about sequestering carbon, save ecosystems. And if you are concerned with justice at all, then don't place this project on sacred land. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Olivia Brock. Olivia Brock.
Hello. So you guys are all white folks making decisions on the land that does not belong to you. And so I wanted to dedicate this time to someone who could be a voice that is other than mine, that is white, to make decisions that will not affect your people or your ancestors.
I am Moxie Alvarez. I am here to answer to the call of the Wiyot Nation to oppose this project. I'm an environmental sociologist and current master's student in Humboldt State's Environment and Community Program, an integrated ecological, political, economic, and cultural program. In essence, my education and research is designed around analyzing and evaluating projects such as these. I don't have time to teach you my entire education in these 3 minutes. I can, however, tell you that globalized industrial corporate capitalism created the climate crisis. It will not be the solution. Energy Capital Partners is owned and run by the JP Morgan and Goldman Sachs money-grubbing financial elites who pillaged and poisoned the earth and who now have the audacity to claim to be our saviors. In the last meeting, I heard folks cite the warning of over 11,000 scientists regarding the dangers of climate chaos. What many failed to cite were the calls to stop deforestation and to protect our soils and biodiversity, specifically protecting the remaining primary and intact forests, especially those with high carbon stores. The suggestion that we can handle some losses of wildlife and forests to make this project happen reflects a poor understanding of the complex ecological systems of the planet as a whole. Biodiversity loss, deforestation, and atmospheric alterations in Humboldt increases destructive chaos on the global scale. It is not, as some naively suggest, doing our part. The 11,000 authors continue. Our goals need to shift from GDP growth and the pursuit of affluence towards sustaining ecosystems and reducing inequality. This project achieves none of the conclusions of that paper. This project bolsters the affluence of those who produce this danger and increases inequalities already experienced by indigenous peoples. This model of sustainability only sustains corporate energy profits and our current economic social structure. In fact, this project introduces numerous risks, many we acknowledge are unavoidable, and further risks which are incalculable with our current shifting ecological modeling. A project of this scale will unnecessarily disrupt more systems than we truly understand. And I must say, the Wiyot Nation's rejection of this project for any and all reasons should be enough to stop you in your tracks. The suggestion that there are overriding concerns which outweigh the unavoidable desecration of Wiyot land is horrific. It minimizes the reality of continued cultural genocide, and destruction of biodiversity, a price some claim they're willing to pay for their vague understanding of climate change. It is true that we need massive change to fight climate chaos. The greatest change, however, must come from the foundations of our society, not a mere shift in investments. Yes, we need to shift the economy. That means moving away from capitalist modalities as a whole. Furthermore, significant emerging research reflects the accuracy and success of indigenous ecological knowledges. The indigenous peoples of this land know how to care for it far better than any of the rest of us. The research bears that reality out. To put it simply, if you want to save the planet, then we should work to withdraw Humboldt from the global capitalist economy as much as possible and begin the supposedly terrifying but ecologically necessary process of returning all native land. But don't anyone dare say they care for the planet or social issues while supporting a project which changes nothing but the investment portfolios of those who own the oil fields. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker. Okay, what, I still have 34 sign-up sheets left. There's no way we're gonna get through that tonight. The security leaves at 9:30, and we need to be out before the security people go. So what we will probably do is next meeting, which is a week from tonight, these 34 will be the wind-up of this public comment, and they will be on the list to speak on this section. At this time, the applicant, I had indicated earlier, they get an opportunity to comment and introduce any additional information that may have come up based on the comments they've heard. So at this point in time, Nathan, go ahead.
Chair, before the applicant starts,
Yes.
could I just make a comment? If you are one of the 34 that is on the sign-up list, if you would like to submit your comments in writing ahead of time, we would gladly accept those and get those to the commission for the next meeting.
Thank you, Director.
Good evening, Planning Commission. Good evening, Chair Morris, and good evening, public. Thank you for your commentary. Thank you for willingness and to listen, and we appreciate your unbiased willingness to listen and hear out as you have a difficult decision before you. So you've heard many things tonight. Repeating things repetitively is important. It doesn't necessarily make them true. So Terragen is not an oil and gas company. Terragen receives money from many sources. Energy Capital Partners provides much of those sources. Yes, that's true. So to address some of the concerns or questions that were out there, and then I'll address some details that were brought up tonight to point out the facts. So why Bear River and why Monument and Bear River Ridge? So I think it's important to understand the process of how we've avoided, minimized, and mitigated. The process before you is a land use decision. It does not discount anything that you've heard tonight from any of the commenters. Their comments are completely valid. The process it's helpful to understand the process for site selection. The assumption and the implications put forth you by those opposing our project are that these were we selectively we chose these projects specifically to, in some case, maximize our impact. That is just not the case. We looked at 9 unique ridges. We've looked at 73 different unique layouts, had 150 unique stakeholder meetings, and we listened. And so we've honed that down to 2 remaining ridges. Monument Ridge, which is a total length of 9 miles, if you measure the actual road. Of that, we're projecting turbines to be used on 7.4 miles of that. That's an 18% avoidance. On Bear River, when you look at Bear River Ridge, it's actually 9.4 miles long. It's a long road. That's the length of the county road. Are we using the entire road? No. Does it discount anything that you've heard tonight from the people that were here long before me? No. I'm just, again, presenting the facts in terms of the land use decision, the impacts that we're having. The reality is on Bear River Ridge, you'll see on the next map, I've coined it as Bear River East and West, just purely, those are not historical names. It's not a disrespect to anybody, just so we can get an orientation of the respective distance. And so of Bear River, what I'm referring to east, the eastern portion, approximately only 3.5 miles of the entire 9.4 miles is utilized. I don't like to read off the slides. So how do we select this? We looked at the wind as a good site, but it's not always the best locally. And so these are the facts to substantiate this. So we gathered data and we narrowed that down, but I really want to get to this next slide. It really articulates how we selected it, which is really important for you to understand in terms of, as not only from a wind perspective, so the public understands where the wind resource is, all the research that the Schatz Energy Center did before, but also how we sought to minimize, to avoid and minimize and mitigate the impacts. Now, if at the end of this conclusion, at the end of public comments, you feel or we haven't laid out the facts to mitigate appropriately, that's your decision. We understand that. We're not looking to belabor or delay. It does not, again, I want to be extremely important. I'm a firm believer in the democratic process, and I applaud the public. Whether people believe that or not, I applaud the public. They're here. You're here as volunteers. Thank you. Thank you, public, whether you support my project or not. So here's an understanding, and this is the wind ranking. If you have any questions about any of this as we go through it, please highlight it. The red areas are the windiest areas. A lot of this appears somewhat would be common sense. In our industry, euphemisms and generalities and references regarding to renewables, there's many things that you've heard tonight that flatly just aren't true. Wind doesn't cause curtailment. These are fact-based decisions that guide this land use decision. And the facts is what's guided us to this. So what you'll see actually is that we didn't select the Bear River East section. Bear River, we were looking to harvest and maximize the capitalistic benefit to our company and disregard the impacts that we'd be having. We would go to the windiest areas. We sought to minimize their impacts by having meaningful engagement. Does that mean does any CEQA project have zero impacts? No, that's not what's before you. And so that's what we just want to demonstrate that, look, the project, does it have flaws? It has had flaws. Have we gotten to a point where there's some balance? We believe so, but that's not for me to decide. It's not for the public to decide. That's for you to decide. And we appreciate your consideration in a unbiased form, given all of what you've heard. But these are the facts. So this is also a really, really important point. And I may have got my slides slightly out of order here. Well, I'm not sure why it's not going up. Let me try. Okay. I'm not sure. But anyhow, we'll just go straight to it. So how do we, right, left maybe? It's not going back. Anyhow, well, it's fine. It's never the point. How do we select, the question is, why don't you go to Bridgeville? Why didn't you go to Humboldt versus Bridgeville? And one, there's distance. There's multiple landowners. No one wants power lines through their backyard. That's understandable. There's the practical matters. But the reality is, even if they wanted it, even if they invited us to come and put a power line, factually, it's not in a 100-foot wide corridor. You know that. It's in the FEIR. We're mitigating for our impacts in there. It's an 80-foot wide corridor. So again, the facts are what's relevant here, and in terms of the decision that will be before you. So how do we select that? Back long before we even contemplated this. Again, we've developed more wind energy projects, solar projects, geothermal, zero oil and gas projects. We studied we used Quanta Technologies, one of the industry's best analysis, to study the entire grid. We laid that out last week. There were 105 sites. We narrowed that down specifically at this region in your grid, which I'll show you a picture of locally. We studied via steady state flow analysis. This is a bit detailed, but I think it's important for you as the Planning Commission to be informed when you make your unbiased decisions. So we determined at the max about how do we decided upon this. The decision was obvious, and that's because it was the only place where capacity was available. This lays out the process by which how that was accomplished over what period of time. The interconnection agreement is signed, capital is posted to secure that and ensure. But this is really what I'm getting to. So the blue lines, I'm going to go over to this screen and jump away from the line, but what I'm going to, the two major lines that come from Cottonwood, those are the only lines that come into Humboldt County that are transmission level 115 kV lines.
Take the microphone.
Yeah, of course. I didn't realize it was wireless.
It is.
Pardon that. Okay, so regionally, you've got Cottonwood. It's a massive substation. It's the bottleneck. Again, whether you love or hate our project, this is the grid. This is what you see. This is how it's operated. PG&E is the operator. They operate, though, under the jurisdiction of CAISO, the California Independent System Operator, who operates under federal law, under the state, their tariff, guided under the jurisdiction of the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission. That's the facts. This is where they're located. These large lines, these blue lines, lead into Humboldt County. It's your only way in and out. Facts. The yellow lines represent distribution lines. They not just represent, those are the locations of them, meaning the lines that feed your homes, your businesses that were directly impacted by the PSPSs. These are the dollar amounts that will be directly made in direct investments. The reality is, the assumption that's been presented to you today, that is around which the decision you're going to have to make, which I do not envy that decision, is that by doing nothing, we will have no impacts. There are positive impacts, meaningful impacts that affect all citizens in Humboldt County, not just the ones that are speaking in support of and not just those that are opposing us. And this project will independently pay for these. If you have any questions about this, I'll be happy to answer it, and I'm happy to provide, I believe to provide some supporting evidence to the county to put it on the record to understand exactly the specifics. There are needed upgrades to the local grid. You, unfortunately, have experienced this recently. They're called reliability network upgrades, both in all of the study assessments as well as in the interconnection agreement. These are the specific dollar amounts. Every dollar will benefit Humboldt. Every dollar. So what does this mean? And this is really, why is that relevant? Well, first of all, they're local improvements. They're paid for by this project. If you want to talk about wildfire risk, I'm not here to tell you that we're net adding or decreasing wildfire risk. It's an emotional topic. After the Shots Energy Center, I've been debating about whether I'd say this. Someone came up to me and said, do you care about this? The answer is yeah. My cousin's house was burned down in Santa Rosa, Chris Trzombek. I care. He moved back in on September 1st and was then re-evacuated just last week or 2 weeks ago with the Kankade fire. Climate change is real to me. It impacts people outside this community. So is this difficult? Absolutely. Is it hard? Is it a land use decision? Absolutely. I apologize to the very difficult decision that's before you, but it is a land use decision. It is a CEQA decision, and that's why there's a guided process by law. Furthermore, the equipment that we're upgrading, some of it, not all of it, I don't want to overrepresent it, but it is decades old, much of it. It's the reason why the grid is delicate and fragile up here. The transmission line, more importantly, and this is a fact, I called PG&E and I called our Vice President of Transmission, the $2.2 million from the project at Cottonwood and the broader grid, which is right there on the far right, which impacts you, that's your bottleneck. When we make those upgrades, in the words of our VP of Transmission, it decouples Humboldt grid from that area. It affords PG&E, under the guidance of CAISO, to operate the grid. These are facts, undeniable facts, legally contractual obligations that we have, that CAISO, not just PG&E, is a party to. Terrigen or Humboldt Wind LLC, that's how these projects are done. I'm not here to debate that. It will displace. The other thing, I made sure I was really, because this is on the record. This is something when someone litigates this, and this will be litigated. We know that. Like we're not trying to dance around that. It will displace local fossil fuel. And I'll be happy to walk you through exactly how that will occur as best I can. I want to get through this because I don't want to run through this. There's some really important things to understand, some facts to understand exactly how that grid operates. So I will seek to not read off the slide. So this is how CAISO, the independent system operator, balances supply and demand. This is how the grid works. It's complex, it's difficult. And I've got a narrative here on my slide I'm going to pull up so I don't get it wrong. So it is important to understand, and pardon me what I read, the facts of how CAISO regulates the electricity grid, not PG&E, CAISO, including here in Humboldt County, based upon local land use decisions. So at every hour, CAISO runs an optimization to match supply and demand, or generation or load and demand. Generations, but there's many names for it, it's confusing, but it's supply and demand, meaning a power plant and a ratepayer, like the ones that power these lights in here. That optimization is expressly run to minimize cost to the ratepayer, meaning demand. And so how do they do that? It's guided by tariff, by the way, this is law. It's under the jurisdiction of FERC. So it's got federal oversight as well. It's prescribed in the tariff. I present facts to you. So every generator bids into the day-ahead and real-time market. I'm sorry if this is getting really detailed and or pedantic, but it's really important we understand how the grid works, particularly when we're talking about the impacts that we're looking to offset. There are impacts. So each generator bids into the day-ahead market, real-time market, And then the dispatch of supply, that would be the generators. CAISO then runs this effectively like an auction process, and they are dispatched based on the cheaper generation first, cheaper being less expensive. And so they are dispatched by wind, and I can explain very clearly why. It's a lot of it's federal tax policy, followed by solar, nuclear, combined gas, cycle gas, biomass, and then natural gas peakers, like the PG&E plant right here. Furthermore, so what happens when the wind is blowing and there's a lot of demand here locally? Will the gas plant come on? It could. It absolutely could. But what will happen when there's not enough capacity? Back in Cottonwood, well, you saw it. Back in Cottonwood, there was enough capacity. What happens? It's the reverse. Then PG&E looks out, or excuse me, CAISO looks out, and they start curtailing the most expensive resources. That would be, if you can look at the top, the most expensive resource is a natural gas peaker. It's designed to capture the peak of the market. These are the facts. Land use decision, how the grid operates. Look, if you don't approve our project, hopefully you've learned something about it so you're more informed about the energy grid project. But these are the facts. So why? The reason is wind is able to bid into the grid at a lower price. It's through federal tax policy. It's been in place for a long time. It's going away, but that's why. It will directly displace fossil fuel generation. It reduces your dependence on PG&E. That's a fact. Thank you. Put this back here. Okay. So I want to get to economic feasibility. It's been a lot of the reasons why we've said, hey, it's not possible to do some of these mitigations. We look forward to working with continued meaningful engagement as we work through. If you think this project has more benefits than impacts, to work with the various agencies and groups. There is a limit, and we'd like to, we brought an expert here, the independent expert, to conduct that, and he can walk through this in a second. I want to get through a few other points just to make sure. I've got a few other parties here that are subject matter experts about the specific things, because frankly, just, what's that? I've got 10 minutes, okay. So we're not an oil and gas company. We do wind storage. We've removed all turbines factually within 1,400 feet. It's actually 1,427 from the Zanzi home. And then we can talk about, I want to also invite you the opportunity to ask questions. Just because someone has said something doesn't make it fact. But we have the world's foremost, they tell me not to say this, but it's just true. The world's foremost expert on the marble murrelet. He was a tenured professor at Humboldt State University. You know what he said at the start of this? The number one thing you can do for the murrelet is build this project. It's impossible to quantify, but the reason being is that every time we have a spill from fueling the PG&E Humboldt Bay generating station in the bay, you kill more murrelets than anything. So Dr. Golightly can talk about that briefly. I think what I'd like to do in the time remaining to respect Chairman Morris is frankly, which one of these are his greatest concern? You've heard a lot. It's in the EIR, the impact, the avoidance, the impacts, the mitigation. I can talk till the cows come home. That's not the point. So now, as you're thinking about that, I'll present the last few things. So, which ones are, I'm asking really is going to be what you really want to hear about. Marble murrelet, bat mitigation, raptor mitigation. We can also go beyond 9:30 if you so desire. So now what? So the no project alternative will still result in impacts. You might say, well, how is that? The project's not coming. Well, the reality is, as was presented by Schatz Energy Center, confirmed by RCEA, is that almost 50% of the power from this source comes from a fossil fuel powered power plant. You are having impacts. We are having impacts today. Do we want to do something about it? Will this project have impacts? Will it tick people off? Absolutely. Do we want to be a part of the solution, or at least having a meaningful contribution to that? Absolutely. But do not convince yourselves that you are not having an impact by voting no against this project. So I would ask you, if not Humboldt, where? If not now, why? We've been planning for this long before we showed up. The assumption, though, is that no project equals no impacts, and I would just strongly ask you to think about that and balance out that. So are the impacts worth it? That's for you to decide. And although we've had a few supporters and a few opposed over the past last week, this week, and perhaps next week, there's many other residents in Humboldt County. Do all of them support it? No. But this is a land use decision, and we'd hope we've afforded you the opportunity and facts. So If I could call Typhoon, this is, I'll let him introduce himself and the role that he played. I think it's really important to understand as we consider the mitigation measures, how the economic impacts and why we can stand behind and say that many of them aren't going to work.
Nathan, can we get back to that one slide?
I'm not sure if I can go back somehow.
Oh, okay.
Let me try.
Okay. Well, I'll introduce myself and maybe what happens.
Nathan, just for your information, I think what we'll do is we're going to push the 9:30 a little bit there, and we'll stay until they turn the lights out. So you got 15 minutes extra.
Okay. All right. Good evening. I'm Typhoon Rice Evans with Economic and Planning Systems. We're a land use, real estate economics consulting firm. We've been working out of originally Berkeley, now 4 offices in California for about 35 years now.
Excuse me, sir. Can you just restate the name of your firm?
Sure, yeah. Economic and Planning Systems.
Thank you.
Also EPS. And so, yeah, we have been, one of the roles we play, we work for public and private sector clients, and one of the roles we often play in these conversations on the public and private side is, how much, I guess, value is being created in a particular project, and how much is it possible for the public sector to kind of ask for or look for without putting the project below what we consider to be a kind of prudent, rational level of investment. So if we think about every investor is going to have, and it depends on the industry, right, but every investor is going to have a certain level of return that they're going to look for. And if the revenues and costs don't match up properly, they'll say, no, thank you. And that's, that should be able to be a pretty, hopefully an open and transparent process. I think in your packages, I'm not 100% sure, I wrote a couple of memos. One looked at the proposed project, one looked at the project alternatives, and try to answer these questions. And again, in the light of kind of highlighting what we think are the financial outcomes. Obviously, if costs or revenues change, the outcomes can change. I can talk more about the model. There's a lot of assumptions in there, all of which we can explain, but I don't think we have enough time for that. I wanted to give the main, certainly give at least the main headlines. The first analysis we did was looked at the alternatives, so a smaller number of turbines. And one of the things that we found is that because, as Nathan and others have explained,
Staff, can you make that full?
Sorry, yeah, the font's a little small, but as I think Nathan and others have explained, there's a lot of cost involved in this project. A lot of those costs are fixed costs. So as we reduce the size of the project, we produce fewer wind turbines, we have less energy production, but we still have a lot of those fixed costs. So it's logical, it's the way it worked out, that as we started to evaluate a smaller number of wind turbines, we found that the rates of return started to drop. In a nutshell, again, I can go into some of these numbers, maybe too detailed, but what we found was all the alternatives were not economically feasible. Their rates of return, and you can kind of see them down there, range from about 2.75% to about 6%. That's for alternatives 3, 4, and 5, each of which have different economics, and they have different numbers of wind turbines, right? I should back up and say there's a hurdle rate of return, again, is different. A lot of times we're working on infrastructure development projects where the hurdle rate is set at 9 or 10%. We did what we wanted to be conservative in this case. We did look at the cost of capital that was allowed to renewable energy companies, or I guess when PG&E is requesting their rates and their rate base from the kind of the public and from CPUC, their rate of return, we noticed over the last couple of years, has been about 7.5%. That's, for them, at least prior to all of this chaos, that was a relatively secure and conservative rate of return. So we felt, and again, it can be debated, that a 7.5% in this case would be the hurdle rate of return that we would expect a project developer to be looking for. What you can see on this table as we look at the range is that even the proposed project shows a range of between 5.3 and 7.55%. And I should just explain that the range is really about assumptions about the PPA pricing. The midpoint is what I think we are expecting TerraGen to get, which is kind of about $50 per megawatt hour. You can see that if they were to get a 10% higher rate, then obviously their rate of return goes up. If they were to get less, it goes down. So there's a lot of sensitivities. assumptions in there, and we can run analyses to explore different options. But suffice it to say, our conclusions, and again, we have the information to back it up, we don't think the alternatives are economically feasible. We think the proposed project is a little bit on the edge. And we also, and for this reason, we believe that, and I think someone else earlier spoke to this, when you look at things like curtailment and you talk about energy reduction, energy production reduction, that flows into the bottom line, right? So you lose a couple of hours a day of productive energy production over the course of a few months. You know, we ran a couple of scenarios, and we lose, admittedly, over 25 years, you lose about $50 million in revenue, and your IRR goes down a further 1%. So we do believe this project is on the edge, and we do think there's some real economic feasibility issues, and I'd be happy to obviously answer questions or anything I don't know if it's at the end or at the appropriate moment.
Make it quick. Just a very quick one. I'm wondering if in your analysis you considered the possibility of actually having more than 47 turbines, but building in the ability to do smart curtailment as appropriate for wildlife mitigation. So in other words, you know, because I hear what you're saying, I hear what Nathan said, like, we've got it down to the absolute lowest number of turbines, and they basically have to run all the time, or this doesn't work. But what about that? You know, what about putting a few more turbines in and giving the ability to mitigate when they run?
Right. So let me answer just financially, just in the basic kind of mechanics of the model, which is that indeed, if we were to have more turbines and they were able to be fed in the right way and could function at the same level, you would generate more revenue. And so I think you would see the returns go up. Whether that's practical from all the different vantage points, I don't know. That's kind of outside of my purview. And I don't know, Nathan, if you want to.
If I could, and I'm happy to go on the record about this, the high PPA case, because someone might say, if I'm taking an opposition, well, hey, you can still clear a 7.55. We're not PG&E. As has clearly been demonstrated, we have private equity backers in the form of energy capital partners. Good and bad, it is not a 7.5% rate of return. But let me also be clear. Our PPA with our CEA, which benefits everyone here, as they've clearly articulated, is not at the $55 high PPA price. So I'm happy to stand here and present the facts. Whether it's worth the impacts. No amount of public comment, but those are the facts. And so hopefully you can take an unbiased approach. I am empathetic, strongly sympathetic, whether people believe it or not. Climate change is real, and I implore you to consider the facts you've been presented with.
Okay, so what about that question, Noah? That's one of my questions too. If we're going to do a few of the mitigations on some of the birds and animals, would you need more?
We're happy to engage in those, and there have been several ways by which we can discuss those. I believe one of the conditions, if you were to reach a conclusion collectively as a group to approve, there are mitigation measures that can be adapted. Some of those we've been frankly reacting to them as we talk about them. By next week, I think we'll be prepared to come back to give you some informed, hey, we can do this, we think we can do that. Some of those, I believe, off the cuff here, we've talked about conceptually technical advisory committees for other species. I don't want to give you a clear yes because we're reacting to those. However, we'll be prepared fully to answer your questions around some of those mitigation measures so that you're informed and can make an unbiased decision.
So, Nathan, I think that the question the commission's asking is, what could you put a couple of turbines back in and then institute curtailment?
If there's, off the cuff, everything. As Typhoon clearly articulated, it's a finely tuned model. That's not. So it's hard for me to clearly respond. I'll be prepared to respond with some critical things. The reality is that if we add more turbines, we have more impacts, as you clearly know. That is not what we want. That is not, it sounds like at all what the public wants. And factually, that means more impact, more turbines, where they would go, and I am prepared to address this, they would go on Bear River Ridge. So I don't have that desire. Again, we've been meaningfully engaged, whether people feel that way or not, we've meaningfully engaged with all the parties and sought to minimize this. And now that's why we are, when you tell the facts, when you tell the truth, the story never changes. I learned that when I was 5. It took me a while, but it's the reason we can so confidently stand up here and say we can't do because it's not the $55. I ask him, $55 is not the market price for electricity. doesn't work. So I don't know if this works for Humboldt. I appreciate the opportunity to present facts. It does not, let me be clear, out of complete respect, it does not discount anything you've heard. Whether speaking to the public, I don't live here, it's your county. I greatly appreciate that you would participate in the process. My desire to pursue this project has benefits. It has impacts. I'm sorry you're being confronted with this decision. I'm sorry for my cousin that got his house burned down here in California, in Santa Rosa. I'm sorry that you're put this decision before you, board. It's very difficult. It is a land use decision, guided by law, guided by CEQA. And I think the real question is whether we've avoided, minimized, and mitigated appropriately. And so we appreciate your consideration. Thank you for your time.
Okay, I think I was going to give you until 20 till, so you got about 6 or 7 more minutes. So if you've got some more to enlighten us with, do so. If not, we can continue this next meeting.
Absolutely. I think there's a couple key facts to correct. So Dr. Rick Golightly, if you could introduce yourself, your credentials. And Rick, Dr. Golightly is from here in Humboldt County.
Yeah, I've been studying marbled merlets for about 25, 30 years now. And this is my first realm in front of you guys to talk about this sort of thing. But in studying these birds, we were contacted by Terrigen to see if we could make estimates of what the take would be, and then conversely, what could be done for mitigation, which gets directly to the questions that you were asking, which is why I think I'm up here so quickly. And that we did some very sophisticated modeling, probably modeling that is more in depth than has been done anywhere else in the marbled merlet range for marbled merlets, and equal to anything that's been done for an awful lot of other bird species, a lot of seabirds. My background is seabirds and marbled merlets. So in the mitigation point that you're asking about here, Terrigen has already, at my team's urging, removed 5 turbines. If you put those 5 turbines back in, at this point for me, and we're talking really down in the weeds here about real specifics, you want to put those 5 turbines back in, I'm going to be on Nathan's case saying, I don't want those 5 turbines back in because those 5 turbines were high risk. And there's a lot of the risk to the birds that are composed of those 5 turbines. Those 5 turbines are out. There's a flip way of looking at this, and that is a lot of people have said, and you heard the Wildlife Society say, well, you need to do curtailment. Well, those 5 turbines are curtailed for 24 hours a day because they're very high risk all year long. And that's how we were able to drop the risk numbers significantly by doing that. This is because the birds fly back and forth along paths that are very similar from time to time. We've mapped those out using the radar studies. We know where those high-risk spots are. Are there other turbines that could be possibly dialed back? Possibly, but it gets into an area that I don't have expertise in, which you just heard about in terms of the economics of that. But I wouldn't want to see, in the case of merlets, and I'm very merlet-centric here, and I know there's a whole lot of other things out there, but for those 5 turbines, I wouldn't want to see them back in. Because that would present greater risk to those birds, even if you were trying to stand by and balance those things. There's no way to know the merlets are coming. They're about 200 grams, about half a pound. They fly at 40, 50 miles an hour. You're not going to see them. And so, you know, the best way to do this is our modeling by knowing where the paths are. There were several other things that were said about mitigation earlier. About buying habitat as the primary method, and that the proposed mitigation that we're doing, which is fixing good habitat that's been degraded, that's never been done. Actually, that's not the case at all. The primary method of damage restoration by the oil spill trustee councils, Curry and Stuyvesant for up here and elsewhere in California within the range of the marbled merlet, has been this crumb clean campaign, as we call it, where we go in and we fix it in parks. All of the parks over the last 15 years have worked very diligently to get themselves retrofitted to keep corvids at low levels. We know that corvids are the primary predators of merlet eggs. The risk in some cases is very, very high. 70, 80, 90% of the eggs don't make it to hatching. And because of that, curtailing the corvids is an important thing. Now, can we demonstrate by doing that that in fact we're making more merlet babies? We can't do that because they're high up in the tree, they're very, very rare, they're not there. Importantly, when they say we should use habitat acquisition, which I'm all in favor of habitat acquisition if you had habitat to buy that you knew you had merlets in, that's a great thing to do if you can protect habitat like that. But when you buy that, you're no less sure that you're producing more baby merlet by doing that. And so it's a tool, it's another tool. At Skookumchuck that was mentioned, they are doing that. They're not going to be demonstrating that they're making more merlet babies, at least not within the life of the project. There is at-sea surveys that go on. Those may well demonstrate that in 100 years that we're saving merlets. But that itself won't do it. In California, there are very few pieces of known merlet habitat that aren't presently already protected, or they're owned by folks that aren't interested in selling it. And so acquiring that habitat is very difficult to do, which is why we went to that. We get a very steep return on our mitigation by protecting small pieces of habitat, by restoring them, making them good pieces of habitat, by getting those corvids under control. So that's the approach that we took to that. I suspect I'm missing a bunch of other things. The last thing I guess I would mention about merlet, so I can get, since we're so time limited, is I could talk all night about this. I'm sorry about that. Is that the merlets are definitely one of those species that is going to be hurt by climate change. It's happening fast. There's a short narrative in one of the 2 reports that our firm produced that is in the EIR that describes the effect of climate change on marbled merlets. Climate change will affect the redwoods. We're at the southern extent of the redwood range, and you're going to expect that those trees are going to be damaged. As they're damaged, we lose nesting habitat. There's nothing that will replace nesting habitat if you lose it, and so you're going to lose your capacity. Even if those stands of redwoods are, have been super rehabilitated, as we've proposed to do, and things like that, if you lose habitat, you've just lost your base on that. And so ultimately, it's the climate change issue that most affects marbled merlets. And when we look at the situation for merlets, getting a grip on the climate change issue in terms of keeping those redwoods intact, which you've heard lots of speakers speak to on both sides as being important, keeping those redwoods intact by reducing the climate change effect. You should look at it. It's pretty dramatic, some of the stuff, calculations that the folks up in Oregon have done about what they think the impact is going to be to marbled merlet nesting habitat. And so that's a benefit. It's not quantified in the sense of us being able to say we have a take of 7 birds and we're going to get X back from here. We can do that with the jay and corvid reduction program. We can't do that with climate change, but it's very logical. As you lose nesting habitat, you're going to lose birds, and the best thing we could do to protect marbled merlet, at least. Okay, I'm sorry for my very species-centric discussion. I'll let Nathan.
Yeah. I think, Nathan, what I would like is based on the time and the fact that our lights are going to go out here pretty quick, if you be prepared perhaps follow up on this at next meeting.
Absolutely.
When we get this, that'll give you time to be prepared. You've heard the comments tonight and the comments from the last meeting.
Absolutely. We appreciate the consideration.
Okay. And with that, I think we will we need a motion to continue this.
Also do.
To November 21st at 4 p.m.
To November 21st.
To November 21st.
Week from tonight.
4 p.m.
4 p.m.
That's what I said.
Okay.
Yes.
You have a second?
I'll
You have a
second.
second? All, yep. All in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 Matter will be continued, and just from a housekeeping, and as long as the county council keeps me out of hot water, what we're going to do, next meeting is those folks that haven't spoke, I've got their sign-up sheets here. If they're here, they get to continue their comment on the section that we were commenting on tonight. And then staff will probably have some resolutions and some other information that they will present. At that time, we will allow comment on that, and hopefully we will have time to bring it back to the commission for deliberation. At least that's the plan. We'll see how it works. So, any other comments by the commissioners, staff? If not, we'll adjourn this meeting of the Humboldt County Planning Commission.